Yo, yo, boys and girls, yo, yo. Welcome in. How are we all? A little bit of a chill, relaxed. No cam today. Feeling that bad hair day mode. Just want to, I thought to myself today, well, I'm going to have to do a bit of dailies and I'm going to have to do a bit of auction house work. So I could either sit here and do it by myself, or I could throw the stream up and we could, you know, get some chats on the go, get some discussion on the go, relax. It's the weekend. It's time to chill. Nothing serious. Welcome in, though, boys and girls. Stro, good to see you this morning. AJ, haven't seen you for a while. Welcome in. Yes, a little bonus stream, Lizard. Yes, yes. And Natty, welcome in. Oh, of course. You're probably finished work for the week. Good to see you all. I've got a bit of dailies to be doing. I've got a little bit of reputation I still need on a few characters, just to make sure that I'm in place and ready and good to go for legendaries. I think both my characters on Taran Mill need to play catch up a little bit on rep. I know the fonts are all a little bit small for the stream. I apologise for that, but 4280 out of 6,000. Couple of today and tomorrow's dailies plus a little bit of patterns action should be good to go. But I want to get some auction housey stuff done first and foremost. Let's get some stuff listed, and more importantly, let's empty yesterday's mailbox. Oh yeah. Been lurking here most days. Oh, nice one. Appreciate the lurk. Thank you. Let's do we start with a full cancel scan? I think we probably get the expireds listed first. Get them out of the way. Alright, let's get that on the go. What we got in the mailbox over here? Some expireds. Some expireds here as well. I think we might have a nice juicy mailbox on this main realm of Sylvanas as well today. I'm quite sure it's I think it's 2 mil plus again. I made an absolute killing yesterday on rank 6s. Well, I probably should go as far as to say I probably didn't make huge amounts of gold, but I sold a disgusting amount of the things. To think that people wouldn't be buying rank 6s was would have been a bad decision to have gone by. And double bubble, everybody was cancel scanning their ass off on 262s, entirely ignoring the legendary market, so I just cleaned up. Yoink. No problems. No problem. Whoa, hang on. 734 expired auctions. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Work to do. Quicksand, welcome in. Good morning to you. Go gadget go on all of those. Still got the morning coffee on the go. It was a lazy morning today. Took a lie in. The dogs were not impressed. As soon as you step outside of the regular schedule, anybody that either owns or has owned a dog will know that they are not best pleased when you miss their schedule. They want their morning walks, and they want their morning walks punctually. They want their morning breakfast, and they want it on time. I love my dogs to bits, but my God, they don't half make a racket if you don't get up at the right time. I don't need an alarm clock. I've got 2 dogs. I know I sound like, you know, I'm not going to make that comparison for reference. I'm not going to make the comparison to kids like some pet owners do. Because I know that's ludicrous. That's why I don't have kids. No, it's not, but... What kind of dogs do I have? One of these. She's chilling right now. Papo. Papo. Hello. Hello. What up? She's snoozing. As it's what's known as a Finnish Lapland dog, is the translation. Lapinkoira is the Finnish word for it. Basically, it's similar in that to a husky in terms of the fact that they're super fluffy and can live in the snow. But they're actually more like collie dogs. They were originally bred to herd up reindeer. So instead of sheep, they're herding reindeer. So they're similar to collies, similar in size. Shepherd dogs, yeah. But of course, in Finland there's not so many sheep, but there's considerably more reindeer. So, same job. But yes, I've got two of those. Brown one and a black one. The brown one chills in here with me most days. The black one is more likes her freedom around the house. I would like a third dog. The problem is though, is when you get past two, it starts to make the whole dog walking situation remarkably difficult. Because most people only have 2 arms. I already sometimes choose to take a dog's out on separate walks. Because one is a slowpoke and just dawdles. The other is just ADHD dog. So you end up, you know, running in 2 directions to begin with. We used to have a boxer. Ah, condolences. It's always a sad time. Boxers are cool. Oh no, that was not the button I meant to press. Derp. I need to do a restock on Draenor actually. Draenor is, whilst we have a nice amount of gold sat in our bags, I've not done a restock over here for ages. Nor have I unlocked any of the new goodies over here. I'm finding that there's not enough time in the day to be having a strong presence on multiple realms. Turns a little bit into just post it and forget about it. Oh, that's still scanning. How's the new crafted mark gear doing for you? I've skipped it altogether. Too much work during the week. Well, the crafter's mark gear, I think people went into it with slightly over-ambitious expectations. People, I mean, quite rightly though, to be fair, people looked at what happened in patch 9.1 and they went by the theory of that, oh my god, there were people like printing money for almost a week on the catch-up gear in patch 9.1. But unfortunately, the whole scenario was very different this time round. Nobody had basically anything to do apart from play Zereth Mortis. And the by-proxy of only having Zereth Mortis to play was that everybody hit Honoured at basically the exact same time. So the only people that were able to really give themselves a big advantage with the Crafter's Mark gear this time round were those that went absolutely ham. Those that knew that if they could get that 24-hour head start, they could just print gold for a day. And those guys did. You know, the first people on the realms to get honoured the day before everybody else did made a killing. People were selling the 262 gear for 100k, 150k a piece, and they were the only ones selling it. So those people cleaned up. The problem is, the next day when everybody else got the pattern, all it did was cause a clusterfuck of people trying to craft and sell it. Competition was it was instantly a saturated market, instantly. And of course it meant that the prices got crashed down to very slim margins again almost instantly. So I mean, if you missed it, you didn't really miss a lot, is the honest answer. I've done alright out of it, but I'm treating it much like anything else, that I will craft a bunch and I'll sell it at a profitable point, and when it sells I'll craft it and do it again. I wasn't in it for the quick win so much. I've actually still been more so focusing on legendaries anyway, so. Draenor's not too bad at the moment. The main dude with the bot hasn't got his reputation up yet. Dinnock is slacking, is he? Okay, sure. I suppose that's one advantage. Spending like a drunken millionaire this week. Yeah, I know that feeling. I'm slowly starting to see returns on my investment though, which is nice. Not to, I mean, I can't totally dismiss the Crafter's Mark gear though. Generally speaking, I've doubled my money on what I spent on it. Well, of that I've crafted and sold, I've doubled my money. I still have a lot of inventory that's is yet to sell, so but I'm making sizable profit when I do sell stuff. It's like I said, it's a bit of a misconception really. I've seen people moaning and bitching on the subreddit and all sorts of things that, oh my god, it's like I'm only making 500 gold on every 233 I sell. It's like, really? You're only making 500 gold for every item you sell? Well, go out there and sell 1,000 of them then. Problem solved. There's plenty enough people out there that will buy this stuff if the price is right. Making 500 gold profit on something that cost you 500 gold to make in the first place is a good day in the office. That's a good day in the office. Just because you're not making 50k on everything you sell, you know, relax some. But these are what I call the kind of chances. You know, they do the meta gold making thing. They will chase whatever's lucrative at the time and then move on to something else. So give it a few days, they'll get bored making only 500 gold for every item that they sell, and they'll move on to do something else. Whilst most goblins just, you know, build their TSM profile and then, you know, sell some stuff and then click recraft. Easy game. Those that are in it for the long term will still make a huge amount of profit overall. Always for lower profits, higher sell rate. Don't like having stuff too long on my bags or the auction house. Yeah, that's true, especially around these sorts of times, because your material buy prices differ almost daily, in turn meaning that your recraft costs are different almost daily. You just want to craft something and you want to sell it as quick as you can. That's the surefire way to make sure you do actually then sell it for more than it costs you. Having trouble making sales on my main realm, seriously considering a permanent server transfer. I can't quite remember exactly what type of realm you're on, but I would go as far as to say that as of right now, it's difficult to sell anything because competition is at its peak, like literally at its peak. Moving to a different server is unlikely to change that. WoW token is seriously spiking now. Because of stopping sub sales in Russia, I assume. Is that a thing? I don't know. Maybe that's a thing. Token's always up and down. Interestingly, this appears to be the first patch, to be honest with you, that the token, usually the token dips in price pretty aggressively. Where's my Wowhead page? Let's take a little look. Usually prices on the token dip dramatically. Whoa! 335 gold. Jesus. 335. Token's meant to dip in price on patch launch, not go up. What is this? What's this shenanigans? Alright then, fine. I wasn't expecting that, sure. What's going on over in the NA? You see, the NA's doing the right thing. The NA realm's going down. The NA prices, well, it's not going down, but I mean, it's, you know, certainly not spiking to 335,000 gold apiece. Damn. Alright then, fine. Medium pop, too many idiots. Medium pop, too many. Honestly, medium. Okay. Yeah, there might be. Idiots will do idiotic things though. Luckily, idiots tend not to stick around for too long. Nice hairstyle. Thanks, man. Yeah, US token's probably the cheapest it's been for a while. I had 200k in my head for the US token. Obviously, I don't pay as much attention to the US token as I do the EU one, but... The token didn't dip much in 9.1. Did it not? Maybe that's just a thing now. Maybe it's going to take nothing more than an expansion launch to dip the token at this point. Or nothing less than, I should say. What's this then? We sold 752,000 gold worth of stuff yesterday on, who's this? Taran Mill. Of which, of course, is going to be all legendaries, because I don't have the Crafter's Mark, the new Crafter's Mark gear on this realm. But plenty of legendaries. Interesting to see what's selling though. Umberhide is doing remarkably well. The majority of what I was selling yesterday was Umberhide actually. Don't know if that's got anything to do with just what I've actually got in stock though. I've basically tried to sell out on rank 6s. I went with the theory of selling out on rank 6s. Because on this server, I know that when rank 7s land next week, my entire cancel scan throttle needs to be devoted to rank 7s on this realm. That is the profitable way to do it. Sure, selling rank 6s next week will be good, but I won't be able to actively cancel scan on rank 6s to actually get those sales, I don't think. So I'd much rather put my auction house throttle to use on the new rank 7s. I was considering doing a move anyway after the boosting community shut down. I suppose if you're one that was taking advantage of the boosting services, then yeah, I imagine you need to be on a big server to maintain that habit, I suppose. Rank 4s are just in the bin over here, you know. Damn. No wonder I don't sell any rank 4s. They're all absolutely in the bin. Which makes very little sense, because you don't need to craft a rank 4 unless you've got the option to sell it at a profit. So, I don't quite get why so many people are trashing. Maybe people are just trying to purge them. I don't know. Alright, well, we'll loot that. Add that to the total. In she goes. Let's get this lot listed. And let's get this lot listed. I got any no, 262s. Okay, they're still not fixed. How you doing, Haddock? Welcome in. Good to see ya. Our buddy Dinnock is still running his bot. Keeps logging on and off every 2 minutes. I'm not quite sure how many people need to report that guy for Blizzard to do anything. Can't be making much though. 200, 230 gear obviously doesn't sell now. Ooh, bad use of the word obviously, my friend. I hate to tell you, but it does. I've been making more profit on my 200 and 230 gear the last few days than I have for the last 3 or 4 weeks combined. It's still open season. Still absolutely open season. It's all you got to remember. It's always a gold thing for many people. If your realm has the new 233 gear listed at like 7 to 10k, for example, yeah, the 230 somebody can buy a 230 or a 200 piece of gear. You know, they'll still buy it. I hear something about report. What happened? Oh no, I was merely stating that there's the most obviously obnoxiously apparent botter is just laughing in the face of everybody because, I mean, it couldn't be clearer what he's doing. Yeah, even after many people report him repeatedly for cheating,
My inventory is full.
nothing seems to
I
happen.
can't carry more.
So.
My inventory is full.
Even selling the 87 gear. I do get the occasional good sale on a piece of 87 gear. It's funny, yeah. Well, 87 gear lives in its own world because, of course, sure, you've got heirlooms as an option, but not everybody has heirlooms. Like I said, I live by a pretty simple rule regarding any current content gear. I'll craft it, I'll keep it in stock, and I'll list it at a price that's profitable to me. And if it happens to sell, GG. If not, then oh well. it's no biggie. I'm tempted to move out of Booty Bay today. Especially considering it's the weekend. I imagine the auction house dude is going to get camp killed. Got to get these things listed first though. I want to get to the bottom of my mailbox on Sylvanas because this is where all the gold is. This is where all of the juice is. It's under here somewhere. My bag's full. My bags are empty. Let's... Oh, that's this realm actually done. Oh, well, I'm not too bothered about the auctioneer being dead on this realm then. What's going on here? This is still half full. You can tell it's the weekend when even the mailbox runs slow. Let's move ourselves over here. Oh, you're dead too. Okay then. Well, on that basis then, let's go try somewhere else. I suspect the auction house is going to be perma-killed today. We'll do it the old school way. We'll go up to my second favourite horde location for doing auction housey crafting stuff. Back here. Not ideal, but safe. That's what we like. Selling some lightless silk pouches. There's a good indication that people are leveling alts. Almost worth getting a garrison set up just for the auction house. It's still... yeah, I see a lot of people using the garrisons for the auction houses. Now, if you didn't do it back in the day, your cost of setup is ludicrous. Building the auctioneer in your garrison's real expensive. Hello, wife. Oh. Yeah, I don't keep my eye on the price of the auction house, the garrison auction house parts, but I still feel they're probably very expensive, because who in their right mind is farming those things nowadays? You still have to travel. You still have to move your character. It's not quite Booty Bay level sitting AFK. Unless you have all the tools. Unless you've got your longboy. But if you've got a longboy, you can arguably park yourself wherever there's a mailbox. It's not really an issue. Okay, few sales yesterday. What have we got in here? Some Desolate armor kits, some low-level gear, Shadow Steel Sabotals, 4K, Shadebound Helm, 6K. Gold is gold. Those last things listed. It's nowhere near sufficient, but I like Thunderbluff for auctioning. Stuff is close enough together. Probably because my first character was a Tauren. That'll help. Most of the capital cities do it alright. The obvious reason though to avoid the capital cities sometimes is that they turn into a lag fiesta. Things just run slower in the capital cities mostly. But then again, saying that, Thunderbluff is probably, it's no Orgrimmar. It's probably not going to be used quite as much, I would guess. This realm, we will just chill on here. Let's get the rest of this posted. Honestly, it makes so little difference. I mean, that 3 seconds running to a mailbox or to the bank or something, it's no biggie. It's just, you know, it's just easier to not have to. Right, 360 odd auctions left. Hopefully a good 100 of those are sales from yesterday. Lots of materials to relist. I actually reckon in the next few days I might just have a monstrously good day on material flipping, because any of my overstock I just keep it on the auction house, and if somebody wants to buy it, they can have it. And based on the price that I end up buying a lot of my materials for, there's a good chance for flipping some materials in the next few days, I think. How we doing, Crunchy? Welcome in. Good to see ya. Hope your weekend's going well. so far at least. Rank 6s are selling like crazy at the moment. Yeah, you can tell people are getting into the raid and they're re-rolling legendaries and they're setting up for rank 7s and they're doing all, they're doing their bits and pieces. Just started, just woke up. I forget I'm about 2 hours ahead of, or an hour or two ahead of most people. So even when I have what I consider a bit of a lazy morning. Sales are not great here, but definitely selling some Legos again. Hey, goes to show. Even people raid on Silvermoon apparently. You'd hope so, considering the size of that place. Some raiders are panicking about heroic Anduin as well. No, I've not been paying too much attention to what's going on this week because it's only heroic week. Next week is the fun one to keep your eyes on. But it does appear that Anduin is rather finely tuned and is causing some people some issues. I was watching Echo bash their head against it for an hour or so last night. So if the big guilds are struggling with it, the world first, does do this for a job level guilds are struggling with it. It may be very troublesome for others as well. And a hard raid is usually indicative of good gear sales and incredibly high consumable sales as people burn through potions and flasks and feasts and all sorts. You don't want all the guilds to one-shot the raid. You want it to take them weeks and sell them more consumables. Replace all that gear 3 times over as you try and min-max. Goblin life. Farming some mats to make some stuff this weekend to sell on Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday's going to be a big one. Wednesday's going to be a monster day. I still don't quite know how I'm going to handle it. I'm probably going to get one character on each of my realms through the campaign as quick as possible, simply so that then I get at least 2 professions up and running with legendaries on each realm to begin with. After that, once I've got that up and running and can just be cancel scanning in the background, then I will probably switch to try and completing the set, should we say, getting the other professions up to speed as well. Weeks and weeks of raiding with different Legos getting nerfed and buffed. That's the life. That's the goblin life. That's what we want to see. Here's a mat list for 10 of each rank 7, assuming that you're making leatherworking vestiges with tailoring. So that's 250 tailoring vestiges. What did you say this was? 10 of everything. 10 of everything. How much of this let me see. How much of this list do I definitely already have? 1250 lightless silk. Yep, check. Progenium ore 3400, yes, check. Shrouded cloth 16,000, easy peasy. Shadow ghast ingots 11.7, yep, got those. Arboreal shards, well, vendor does vendor things. 15,000 silken protofiber. I think I've decided to go a different route to you there. I'm creating most of my vestiges in fact, nearly all of my vestiges with jewel crafting, which is meaning that I probably need to switch out that silken protofiber for progenium ore, but not as much of it. As you only need 10 progenium ore for the jewel crafting vestige, as opposed to, is it 60 protofiber for tailoring. But either way, subtlety is all the same. Bunch of essences. I get my essences from Elithium, sorry. I just mass prospect boatloads of Elithium, it'll be fine. Enchanted Heavy Callus, 2600. Enchanted Lightless, 6000. I'm short on Enchanted Lightless then. I need to make some more of that for definite. Vendor Map, Penumbra Thread. Desolate Leather, 14,800. I think I have 10 times that amount. I think I'm safe. Progenitor Essentia times 700. I've got most of that, I think, on... well, no, technically I've only got half of that. But I'll buy the rest of it when I need it. Pallid Bones, easy peasy. Heavy Desolate Leather, 6,800. I've got like 2 or 3 times that. Yeah, I'm pretty stocked on materials then, I'd say. Enchanted Elithium Bars, 3,400. I need to make some more Enchanted Elithium and some more Enchanted Lightless, I think. But that's an interesting little list. If you do it on your account, it'll show what you need when doing it for your profession combos. That's about 15 million worth of mats. Probably. But I'd happily turn 15 million into 30 in a few days. That'd be fun, wouldn't it? Shadowghast ingots, here I come. Yeah. Yeah, stocking up on Shadowghast ingots is not a bad idea. Not a bad idea at all. On that note, should we load up some... Let's get that on the go. $640 Pog Essence in stock, paid 18k average though. I still don't think 18k average is that much. I'm greatly of the opinion that almost whatever happens, Pog Essence will probably get pushed to like 30-40k a piece. Just not because of any other reason other than because goblins can. They'll push the price really high to limit anybody's success. Limit anybody that hasn't prepared, let's put it that way. It will limit the chances abilities to roll in and go, oh look, rank 7s, if the Pog Essences are pushed to 40k after everybody's had 2 weeks of hoovering them up at lesser values. Because there's no way, if a couple of big goblins just hoover up everything, there's no way that the new supply... The only thing that will, you know, there'll be some people that will then try to choose to flip them and whatever, but I genuinely think the price will probably get pushed really high for reset day and for the first few days after as well. Which is a bit of an annoyance because it's actually in most goblins. It would be better the cheaper that we can get them, because I genuinely don't think that having... most people are prepared and have been conditioned to spend in the region of 150k to 200k on the brand new legendary the day that they come out. I mean, 9.0 sales, 9.0.5 sales, 9.1, 9.1.5 sales, all have, you know, taught people that the brand new legendaries are like 150k. Which actually means that goblins will still be able to get away selling them at that price on the first day, regardless to what they cost. It won't be until probably a few days after to when they'll start getting pushed closer and closer and closer to the actual crafting cost. The moment you said Shadowghast ingots, it got reset to not 200 gold a piece. Yeah, the sad truth with Shadowghast ingots is most of the time, you need to make the damn things yourself. Right, we're nearly getting to the bottom of this mailbox. Why did I press a button over here and why did nothing happen? Ah, I know why I pressed a button and nothing happened, because I probably ended up posting all of the materials on the auction house. That would be it. We'll get them back in a minute then. I really want to get to the bottom of this mailbox. We might do it here now. This number needs to get much bigger. Much bigger. How big can we get this number to go? 1.7. Go on, we can do 2. We can do 2.5, I reckon. Can we do 2.5? 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, 2.4. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Can we hit 3? Did we do 3 million yesterday? Okay, we'll have to wait and find out. Let's empty the bags again. Always make my ingots, find something to do around the house or cook or... Well, this is it, yeah. Literally anything you can find to do. Set your ingot crafter to go and go keep yourself busy. Start crafting, watch a stream. Good plan. Real good plan. Alright. Seducer, welcome in. Good morning to you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Whichever it may be. $2.7 it appears to be. Hang on. Oh no, hang on. What's going on here? Okay, well, we sold more than 100 things yesterday. 109 auctions. 109 auctions. Not a bad day in the office. Right, with that lot out the way, let's open this mailbox. Give me the goodies. Give me the goodies. 2.7 to start with. For reference, lots of, if we do a quick search of Rooney, we can say Grim Veiled. We sold a bunch of tailoring stuff yesterday. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 capes. Capes still seem to be a popular one yesterday, along with 3 sets of mittens. I don't know if that's, you know, completely representative or whether it was just what I had or what I was competitive on, but good overview of capes yesterday. Umbra hide stuff. 1, 2, 3 sets of pauldrons. 1, 2, 3 waist guards. A couple of pairs of arm guards. 1 pair of treads. 1 pair of gauntlets. Bone shatter. Bone shatter, this is interesting. This is, you know, pretty varied. A little bit of everything here. Arm guards, waist guard, gauntlets, pauldrons, greaves, vest, helm. Literally every single slot. I sold something of every single slot, give or take, yesterday for bone shatter. This just goes to show the meta is not laser focused this time. The meta is nowhere near as laser focused as what it once was. This means that those of you out there that have put the time and the effort in to level everything eventually, even if it looked not very hopeful, will be in a monstrously good position to basically craft and sell a bit of everything. If you'd only focused on the ring and the cape and Shadowghast greaves, if you'd only focused on those like laser tight, you're going to be missing out on a lot of these other sales nowadays. Let's go Shadow Ghast. What do we sell Shadow Ghast wise? 1, 2, 3, 4 Shadow Ghast rings. So the ring is still a popular one. That's definitely safe to say. A couple of pairs of arm guards in there. 3 pairs of arm guards, a breastplate, some pauldrons, some boots. Once again, even Shadow Ghast, it's pretty spread out. Definitely spread out enough to have made it worthwhile leveling these things. Nice. Bunch of legendaries yesterday. Let's loot this and see what the total comes to. Ah, lightless silk pouches were getting in the way. Well, screw you. Oh, 2.9 mil. Oh, you can't quite see that. That's literally just behind. 2.9 mil. Nearly broke 3 million again. Obviously revenue, not necessarily profit. But all the same. To do nearly 3 million gold on a Friday. I mean, that 3 million gold is 3 million gold is what I would hope to do on a reset day, not somewhat casually do on a Friday, which actually means our TSM graph we've now for the week we've broken even. In fact, no, for the week we've actually made a profit. With all of this investing and all of this spending of materials, we've managed to sell enough so far this week that we've actually, albeit only 150,000 gold, you can do that in an hour going and doing some skinning right now. But the point is that we've still got a lot to sell. But we've managed to, even with all of this ludicrous expenditure of things like POG essences and stocking up materials, we've still been able to make a profit all the same, albeit skinny. Probably not the same if we go back a little bit further. We've still got a little bit for the month. We are still down, but of course everything up until here was stocking up. There's been lots of stocking up going on over the month, quite casually, and then a little bit more aggressively once the patch came out. And I think this was some big investments into POG essence, I would imagine. On the 3-month scale, though, we've still got work to do. This 3-month scale looks a little bit dangerous still. I still am nearly 12 million in the hole over the last 3 months. If we go all time, though, it still looks nice and pretty if we throw it on the all time graph. But yeah, I'm more focused on what we've been able to do, like, in the last few days. My graph is different. That's quite different. That's a couple of big downward dips, yeah. Well, like I said, you got to stock up before you can sell stuff, right? You stock up ahead of time so that as and when it all kicks off, that you've got stuff to sell. This is mainly the fact that I'd taken advantage of stocking up a lot of Corthite crystals previously, so I've been able to craft and sell rank 6s like really comfortably the last few days when everybody else is focused on something else. Plus, obviously, a few cheeky sales of the new 262 stuff in here. Right then, with all of that listed, we actually need to do the fundamental basics and make sure our items are top of the queue. So let's get a rank 6, a 4, 5, and 6 cancel scan on the go. Let's make sure this dude doesn't get logged out. Hope all goes well this time. My 9.1 stock up actions weren't all that. I remember you having some difficulties in 9.1. Yes, I remember. basically all of our legendaries are no longer first in the queue. There's a good chance I need to restock a bunch of legendaries as well today. You know, I mean, it's impossible to sell 120 items, of which most of them were legendaries, without doing another restock. So, not a big shopping fan IRL, but my god, in game I just can't resist. I love me a deal. Love me a deal. Trended upwards eventually, but usually you hope for larger and faster returns on such an investment. Well, that's true, yeah. This is why I've been, although I was never going to completely write off the 262 market, even though I knew it was going to be a bit of a fiesta. Because I've done this before, right? Dark Moon cards. I ignored Dark Moon cards at the beginning of the expansion. Completely. Didn't craft a single one. Didn't sell a single Dark Moon card. And ultimately knew that I missed out on about 10 million gold easily by doing that. So this time round I was like, right, well, I've got the reputation. I should probably craft and sell some of these 262s. I should dip my toe in the water a little bit, even if it burns through a bunch of my cheap materials. It's all good. Which is probably why this week, where is it? This week we've been able to claw back a lot of what we've spent almost instantly. I've used the new Crafter's Mark market to not necessarily sell the Crafter's Mark stuff, but to recuperate a lot of my costs almost instantly, putting me at, even with investing heavily, putting me at, you know, a net neutral going into Legendary Week. So from that point on, it's just a win to the moon, I hope. That's the plan. We probably need to do... We're down to... I have 120 rank 6s left. 120 rank 6s left. And I have... How many Korthite crystals? Down to a little over 5,000 Korthite crystals. 5,000 Korthite crystals sounds like a lot until you remember... That's like 120 legendaries. So basically, if I was to sell out my rank 6s, I could recraft up to the stage where I'm at now, and that would be all of my Korthite crystals gone. If I wanted to stock 5 of every rank 6, I do this maths occasionally, but I can never remember what it is. There's 35 different slots. And if I want 5 of every rank 6, that means there's a total of 175 rank 6s that I'll have crafted. I've got 120 currently, so we take that off. I'm short 55 legendaries from where I like to keep my inventory. 55, multiply that by 40, that's 2,500 Korthite crystals just to restock back up to my normal inventory level. So if I was to do that on 5,500 Korthite crystals, I'd be down to only 3k crystals. Which is toit. Toit like a toiger. Especially when there isn't any of the damn things anymore. These things are, for the most part, out of here. Can you hear my brain ticking? I can hear my brain ticking. Press it? You mean like this? I mean, it's it's mathematically essential for me to press the button anyway. I was going to press it. I just wanted to. I was calculating how much is that going to affect my smart average buy price, and the answer is right now not a lot at all. If I continue to sell rank 6s at the pace to which I'm selling rank 6s over the next few days, I will run out of Quartzite crystals by Wednesday. Holy jeez. I thought I was relatively safe going into the patch with over 10k Quartzite crystals. I thought I was safe. In fact, I was starting to get a bit sweaty under the collar that I thought I might have too many. Now I'm greatly of the concern that I still do not have enough Quartzite crystals. And I was the biggest advocate out there for people to stock up on the damn things as well. A lot of people disagreed with me on that one. But the way that it's looking on some of the other realms as well. What's Taran Mill looking like for Quartzite crystals right now? 1,200 gold apiece. 1,200 gold apiece. This is madness. This is actually madness. What's Draenor looking like for Quartzite crystals? Draenor is up to 1,200 gold apiece. I told you, they run out. They're gonna run out soon as everybody stops playing Korthia. These things were gonna run out. What I should have done, in theory, instead of crafting and selling legendaries, the sensible thing for me to do would have just been to flip 10,000 Korthite crystals. $20k crystals lasted me next to nothing. Oh, I know you told me to do it, Pagby. I know you did. I know you were one of the ones that convinced me that I was right in my assumptions to begin with. There's a risk that when rank 7s come, people will not be that interested in them. I mean, that's one way to look at it. But let me also throw it out there that when rank 7s are 150 to 200k a piece, all of a sudden that 80,000 gold rank 6 looks very tempting. Some people will pick up the rank 6 just because, you know, they don't want to, or they either don't want to or they physically can't pay 200,000 gold for a rank 7. Yesterday I bought up all of the 5,000 Korthite crystals on my realm. Now there's another 2,000 up there again. I mean, that will happen. That will happen. What you see on the auction house is rarely a true representation of actually how many exist. Because you forget just how many people have stashes of them in their bags and banks and stuff, so... 200k is nothing. Well, let's see. The outcome of this though is that I probably now should be pricing my rank 6s accordingly to the fact that the goddamn crystals don't exist, and that I probably want to do some shenanigans on my prices. What I might do is just very simply start valuing my Korthite crystals at a stupid high price. I'm going to value my Korthite crystals at 1,200 gold apiece. On the basis that, yes, I've paid a lot less for them, but I equally know that they don't exist anymore. That will, in the very short term, today, that will mean I probably won't sell many rank 6s, because I won't be competitive on price today, but it will give my competition an opportunity to sell a bunch of theirs. I think is the plan I want to take. I could do with a day without doing much cancel scanning anyway, so I could use today as that day. Let everybody else sell out their stocks. I'm happy to play the long game on this now, I think. I'm not too overly concerned with being competitive on these rank 6s right now. I'm sure there's other people on my realm that have got quite a stock of crystals as well. In fact, I know for a fact there is. But I also know that I'm happy to play the long game. Cool. Let's see how that works. Let's see how that works today. I won't be competitive on my legendaries today, but it gives me a day off. It's fine by me. Then again, there'll be people that will happily swipe credit cards and buy and sell tokens, and voila, assuming the token price stays high like this. Yeah, very true. Very true. And in that scenario, I'll be ready and waiting to sell them their overpriced rank 7. It's almost a win-win. They either buy my highly profitable rank 6, or they buy my highly profitable rank 7. I really don't mind. I'm scared that the rank 7s aren't high. There will not be much demand on the rank 6s. I hope you become right. Eventually, rank 6s will sell for sure of that. Either way. Oh, yeah, either way, it's a win-win. The competitive... I look at it from this perspective, right? You got to understand, I try to look at any market from two directions. I look at it from the direction of, well, how many people want this thing? If lots of people want this thing, then how easy is it to make that thing? Well, rank 7s, sure, people will get honoured. People will get honoured, and people will be able to get they'll complete the campaign, and they'll probably get the tome of whatever you call it, and they'll probably be able to craft 1 or 2 of the rank 7s. But I also, at the very same time, know that to be in this position, to have unlocked every single rank 4 pattern, there is probably only 4 or 5 people on most realms that have done this. Meaning that there's going to be a huge demand for these rank 7s because there's no friction in using them. We'll talk about that a little bit more in a minute. But there's going to be a huge demand for rank 7s, and not many people who can supply every the full shopping list, right? There's not many people out there that are going to be able to fill everybody's needs. Some people will have the Shadowgast ring, and that will be incredibly competitive on that one slot. Lots of people will have the Grim Veiled Cape, and it will be incredibly competitive on that one slot. I don't necessarily need to worry too much about being competitive in those slots, because I'll be more than happy to sell everybody else what they actually want. And I'll have far, far, far less competition on the other slots. The reason I say that there's going to be no friction on the rank 7s is that let's look at how it worked in 9.0. In 9.0, if you wanted your best legendary, which at the time was a rank 4, if you wanted your rank 4, you needed to be on top of your Torghast runs religiously. Not to mention, you could sell rank 4s literally the first day of the expansion if you were, crazy enough. Nobody was able to use these for 4 weeks into patch 9.0. So you could buy your rank 4 base item, but it could be as much as 3 weeks before you could actually do anything with it. That creates a lot of friction. Not many people are willing to spend stupid amounts of gold on something they can't actually do anything with yet. Going into patch 9.1, rank 5s became a bit of a meme because they were super duper mega expensive, and people very quickly realized that the difference between item level of these two was not significant enough that you'd want to spend stupid money on both of them. So let's say rank 5s were just deleted. They became a meme instantly. Let's look at rank 6s though. There was a problem with rank 6s that you still had to be on point with your soul cinders. You had to be farming your soul cinders from every angle. And legendary crafters could still make rank 6s before most people could actually use it properly. People could buy a rank 6 base item off the auction house, and they would still have to farm up another currency before they could take it to the rune carver and get their legendary. Now let's look at patch 9.2. This is why I think rank 7s are going to be literally flying off the shelves. In patch 9.2, many people have had plenty enough time to farm up all of the currencies that they need way ahead of time. People are sat there ready and waiting, in many cases with tens of thousands of cosmic flux. You only need 2,000 cosmic flux to take a rank 7 base item to the rune carver and make your rank 7 legendary. There is zero friction between people buying their rank 7 base item and creating their rank 7 legendary. Almost zero friction. Meaning there will be people sat there waiting for crafters to post their items so that they can buy them. And it's all, with all of this concern about POG essences and its scarcity as well, there's likely to be a lot of people that will choose to buy their rank 7 quickly on the belief that they'll either, you know, be super duper mega expensive for a long time, or they might not get the one that they want. Scarcity plays a big part into the pricing of stuff, and I think the scarcity on some of these rank 7s is going to cause massive amounts of sales on reset day. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. Why is my graph weird? My graph is weird because I've just overridden the... I've manually spiked the price on, or the price that I value my Korthite crystals at, which is then obviously telling LST that every rank 5 and 6 is not profitable right now, which is fine. I don't want them to be. I'm waiting a day or two until the prices go up. There's people in trade chat right now desperately trying to buy Korthite crystals. Want to buy Korthite crystals. I wonder why that is. I wonder why that is. Because there isn't any. There isn't any. I mean, there is. There is. There's some Korthite crystals. But they're not at the prices where people were expecting to have to pay. But this is where having foresight on what might happen in a market gives you a monstrous advantage. Arboreal shards, 363 gold apiece. Shall I sell some? I should sell some, shouldn't I? I absolutely should sell some. All that said, though, what's going on with my 262s and my... Yeah, see, there we go. I've not even been paying attention and I've sold some rank 6s. Bone Shatter Vest, Grimveiled Mittens, Grimveiled Sandals. Let's do a cancel on 262s. Let's get those cancelled off. 4,000 plus Cosmic Flux on 3 different characters, and I don't even go out of my way to farm the stuff. Yeah, Cosmic Flux, it's weird, right? I don't even see at this point why they bothered with Cosmic Flux, because it's a currency for the sake of having a currency at this point. There isn't anybody out there that's going to be struggling on Cosmic Flux, especially since they made the decision to delay the the creation catalyst 8 weeks into the patch. You know how much Cosmic Flux players are going to have by the 8th week? And you need like 1,500 to use the... You need less Cosmic Flux in the creation catalyst than you do to make your legendaries. It's bonkers. It's just madness. They've created a currency for the sake of making a currency. You need 4,000 to make 2 rank 7s. And people have that literally without trying. It's going to allow people eventually to make 1 of every legendary with like almost 0 friction other than the cost of the base items. It's going to be a bit of a weird one. I have 28,000 of it on my... See, there we go. There we go. 28,000 Cosmic Flux. Would you like 14 rank 7s? Go for it. Craft them all. Collect them like Pokemon cards. Oh dear. The bottleneck, yeah, the bottleneck will still be goddamn Torghast in your Soul Ash and Soul Cinders. I absolutely love not having to farm Torghast for my legendaries. Well, you're gonna have to do it a few times, but luckily with the new layers, there's gonna be like there's six, is it 16 layers now in Torghast? I imagine the amount of Soul Ash and Soul Cinders you get for completing a layer 16 is just monstrous. I bet you do a layer 16 and it's basically the equivalent of a legendary. There you go. Off you go. I'm still the only one selling 262 plates on my realm and still selling them at 100k a piece. That's ridiculous. How are you the only one doing that? How is that possible? How is there no other blacksmith on your realm that's decided to get honoured and sell some of those? That's actually madness. All I did in 9.2 was 4 stages of the new thingy, and I've already got what it's called to get the new mount. What's it called? The Jailer's Gauntlet or something, the new mode. I've not investigated it yet, to be honest. I've been too busy doing goddamn daily quests. Don't tell us the realm we're going to transfer. Yeah. Sorry, I can't remember the realm name. Yeah. Sorry, my amnesia's kicked in. I can't remember. It's pretty fun. Way too easy with the Demon Hunter. I don't mind that though. Like I said, I have this common argument that if it's basically single player content, then it doesn't matter if it's easier on one class or another. That in itself should be part of the challenge, that you might want to then choose to take multiple characters through it because it's easier on one than on the other. I have a Torghast main due to the box not being account wide. Oh yeah, the box of mysteries. I forgot that thing even exists. Yeah, I've still not even maxed out that thing on my main. But I probably should do. There's lots of things on my lists of should do's. But I'm lucky at the moment. There's much greater things on my priority list right now. Yeah, by the looks of things, the 262s seem to be between 25 and 30k for the most part on my realm, which is roughly double your money territory. Your Pog Essence, most people I'd imagine selling these were getting their Pog Essences at about 15k a piece. So to sell on the crafted item for 25, 30, you know, is sort of worth. I should keep my eyes on what Pog Essences are actually at over here. See, they're only 15k still over here. I think I'll have those. There's not many of these still left. How many did I just buy then? 87. That's enough for one of every rank 7. I need a few more. Values to remember is that if fibre is 60 to 70% of what the pelt is, you should do the math. If it's less, make vestige with tailoring. If it's more, make them with leatherworking, or just use LST. Yeah, I know for the most part that I'm making most of my vestiges with Jawn crafting. My tailor is actually making them still with Jawn crafting. My jewel crafting is also paired up with my leatherworker. Leatherworking of which is proving to be quite expensive because of the pelts. Or because the pelts holding their price. I did a little bit of maths on it yesterday and decided, right, I'm just going to buy lots of Alethea ore. If I buy lots of Alethea ore, make sure that I have more than enough Alethea ore, I can very, very quickly then make essences. Just prospect it, get the essences, make the vestiges very quickly and easily. Without having too much of a reliant need on the new materials. The only one that's going to be important to me is this, and I think I've already got more than enough of this to last me a while. So much so, I mean, that still seems remarkably good value. I mean, it'd be rude not to buy at least some of that. It's not like it's going to break the bank. No, bad Manthias. Get out of the auction house. For the love of God. Bad Manthias. Going to end up buying stuff. What's the point in making 3 million gold in sales if you then go and spend it all on materials again? Let's put those in the bank. In my expensive bank tab. This is my money tab. This is where all of my gold goes. The value of this one tab is probably close to a gold cap right now. What are you spending your gold caps on anyways? This. Literally this. Right, I think I'm about in a position. Nearly 20k a piece now on these things over here. That's madness. How many have I got? 431. That's enough to play with. Lifetime WoW sub. Yeah. That amongst many other. Anything that ever hits the Blizzard store. Yeah, sure, I'll have it. Fine. Gold caps are there to allow you to easily create multiple gold caps. Yes. Yes. I would like a few more of these before I go into patch 9.1 on this realm, but I think generally speaking I'm in a alright place. 10,000 Shadowghast ingots is a good start. Most of the other stuff that's cheap I don't really care about so much. I need to make up some more enchanted Alethea stuff. I've not got much of that on this realm. You know what? The enchanted lightless silk. It's so tempting to just buy this rather than make it myself. But it's difficult too when you can make it for like 45 gold a piece. Maybe I get my dude on the go for that over here. What are we missing? Soul dust. I've got a bunch of soul dust. Where is it? On the auction house. I've got a bunch of lightless silk. Where is it? On the auction house. Okay. This one. Soul dust. That lot. Cancel that off. Why have I... What's going on here? Tokens up to 344 now, is it? Holy smoke. Well, somebody mentioned earlier that it could be on the basis that has Blizzard cut off the... Has Blizzard stopped selling subscriptions to Russia or something? Somebody mentioned. Yeah, there we go. Suspends the sale of games in Russia, which is likely causing the Russian realms to buy up tokens like a crazy person. Not that I like to get too political on my stream, but this is kind of, this crosses the border. Today we are announcing that Activision Blizzard will be suspending new sales of and in our games in Russia whilst the conflict continues. So then they're not selling subscriptions to Russia, so the only way for Russia to presumably keep playing is to buy tokens for game time, I would guess. Which is arguably going to cause the token price to spike through the roof today, as every single player who enjoys playing World of Warcraft in Russia is likely cashing in a bunch of their gold for tokens so that they can maintain game time. I mean that's my closest guess. RMT to rise, maybe. Who knows? I understand, obviously, what Russia is doing right now is not good, but for the innocent bystander, for the innocent Russians out there that have got nothing to do with any of it, that yes, if they enjoy playing World of Warcraft, they probably are scrambling to get the gold to buy tokens right now if they wish to continue. Exactly, yeah. I like I said, I do my absolute best to keep politics out of the stream and out of my content, because I like this place to be, you know, neutral and an escape for some people, if needs be. But regarding the token, just to close the conversation on this, the token in the EU is probably doing this because most Russians are looking to buy tokens to get their game time right now. Right, got to get a few dailies done though. I got to get a few dailies done on a couple of characters. I need to keep chipping away, make sure I get as close to Honoured as I can on as many characters as I can before resets, which luckily for us in the EU is Wednesday rather than Tuesday. Means I got a bit of time. We can keep an eye on our auctions while we do that. 262 Shadow Lace Cuffs. Out of curiosity, actually. Oh, wrong character, wrong realm. I was gonna see what the restock would need to be. I'll do that another time. Don't forget Dark Moon Fair tomorrow for rep boost. That's yeah, you're right. Actually, that's handy. That's handy. I need to just do nothing more than bang out a few dailies on this dude. So that's 1, 2. Where's the third one? All the way over here. Actually, before I do this, I'm going to go grab myself a drink. I'll be back with you boys in 2 minutes. Alrighty. How can I change the vendor item price in TSM? I did something similar once, but can't remember how you do it. You want to open a profession. Open one of your professions. Click on reports. Then click on materials. Per number thread. Oh god. And then change this to 7 gold, 20 silver. Like that. I have no idea why that was like that on my account either way. Okay. Feels bad. People dropped the new ore price from 171 to 117 yesterday in 1 hour. I mean, these new materials were always destined to hit the floor in terms of price, because the downside of these new materials, for the most part, is that if they're too expensive, people have a very easy way to just not use them, because of profession pairing. So when you look at let's say Vesti, in fact, let's just pick one of them, the protogenic pelt. Protogenic pelt. Can't type with a keyboard in front of me, microphone in front of me. It's not called protogenic pelt, is it? We missed an O. Protogenic pelt. You look at this thing, right? And this thing's been holding its price pretty high for a while. But when you actually consider what it's a reagent for, it's a reagent for a crafter's mark. Right, well, what do we know about crafter's marks? Well, you can make crafter's marks with all of the different professions. So if this becomes really expensive, and if your leather worker is paired with a tailor, a blacksmith, or basically anybody else that can also make a crafter's mark, then you have the option of not making this with your leather worker, but making it with somebody else. The same can be said for the crafter's mark of the first ones. Profession pairing can mean that if this is too expensive, you choose to ignore it and you choose to use something else instead. The exact same thing is with the Vestige of the Eternal. This basically means that the primary use for most of these new materials, if any one of them is too expensive, people will just choose to use the cheaper one. Which means that they're all somewhat linked in terms of price, but which basically means they'll all drag each other down eventually. The cheapest one will be the cheapest one and the one that everybody will use. So your ore, your pelt, and your cloth, all are somewhat linked. And whichever one is the cheapest one is the one that everybody will use until it is no longer the cheapest one. More importantly, going forward, the second we step foot outside of Zereth Mortis, these new materials are just vendor trash. Literally. There'll be absolutely zero use for these materials once we move into 10.0. Like you have never seen before, right? That literally overnight these new materials will be worth 0. The second we move out of Zereth Mortis to do something different, these materials are dead. What are your thoughts on the WoW token? Do you think it will keep rising? Do you expect a decline? Well, it's different because the main reason, like I said, we've been talking about this a little bit already, and I know you've just joined in, but Blizzard suspending game sales in Russia is why the token has gone up in the EU. Will it continue to go up? No idea. Will it level out? No idea. Will it decline? No idea. Blizzard choosing to suspend sales in Russia has meant that most Russian players of World of Warcraft will probably be cashing in their gold for a couple of tokens so that they still have game time for, you know, X amount of time. Because they can still use their tokens that they have in their inventory for game time. But new game sales are currently suspended in Russia. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where the token ends up. But at the moment, to the moon. Currently, to the moon. Whether it'll be just a... who knows? We'll see. Anyway, let's get some data.
Is that your wallet? Are you just
Is that my wallet? Is
Both,
that my wallet?
New comb fund.
Hey, thank you, Gumdrops. Appreciate it. With a Prime Gaming for 3 months. Thank you, thank you. Welcome in. I hope I didn't drop too many bombshells for you and TSM devs yesterday. And I didn't actually mean what I said about the kittens. Got carried away. Caught in the moment. I appreciate most people won't get that, but... yeah, 350k for the token is a bit wild. You're usually expecting new patch to bring the price down, but you know, outside influence is a thing. Oh, these are easy ones. I like this. I like these ones because I can do these without thinking. You there, you two swap around, and hey presto. Keep firing. I'm not a dev. It's not my problem. Well, it becomes your problem when, you know, you get 7,000 people in the support channel asking the same question repeatedly. That's why I sort of I feel for you in some regards when things don't quite go right all the time. Where's the next one? Oh, there's one here. Save the Vombata. We are Vombata, and we rock. I still think Vombata sounds like an Eastern European rock band. My brain's already mush from doing the same World Quest content day after day. I'm not going to lie, I'm going to be happy when I get all of my crafters to Honoured and I never have to do another World Quest on them ever again. I definitely will look forward to that point. I'm still obviously going to play Zereth Mortis daily on my main character because, you know, eventually I want to get to Exalted and get all of the stuff. But having the ability, or having the desire to only do it on one character, I am desperate for at this point. Wait for them to be on Eurovision? Yeah. Next up, we have Vombata with Death to All. How many points from Great Britain? Nil point. I fucking hate the Eurovision. Thing's an absolute joke. What a waste of money the whole thing is. I like Zereth Mortis a lot more than Korthia. I must admit, like, obviously I've been, compared to most people, I've been in Zereth Mortis for months now. I've been playing Zereth Mortis since, what was it, like, December? Yes, I agree, just purely the colour palette, it's back to that cartoony style. It's nice and bright, it's nice and colourful, it's easy on the eyes. This entire expansion being stuck in variations of the Maw, it's just so tragic looking, you know? Like, everything is grey and brown. It's just tragic. It's kind of nice to get out to somewhere that's, you know, a little bit pretty. I don't particularly like the way that they've time-gated the zone. But trust me, by the time that everything's unlocked and by the time that we have flying, the entire zone feels a lot more palatable. It's just a bit of a frustration for me personally that the zone that is for the most part meant to be somewhat, you know, of an optional go out and play and do your own thing zone, they still felt the need to timegate the living fuck out of it. This week, you have this to do. Next week, this unlocks and you can do that. The week after, this unlocks and you can then do that. Then this locks eventually and then you can do that. No, Blizzard. Let me play the game. If I want to spend the first week of the patch farming up mounts and pets, let me do that, for Christ's sake. Not to mention that I'm going off on the time gating rant again. I'm sorry. But I genuinely think that the first week of a patch, when they give you a new zone, is the week where everybody is, they're prepping for raid, they're gearing up, they're getting ready, they're learning the new bosses, they're doing X, Y, and Z. That's the period of time where there's the most interaction with the new zones. I think Blizzard greatly fucked up by basically giving people nothing to do but a couple of world quests in Zereth Mortis. A couple of world quests and an ungodly amount of rares to be killing every day. That was the content for the first week in a zone where it's arguably going to get its highest level of engagement. This week, next week, the week after, every single week that goes by, there's going to be less and less people in Zereth Mortis because there's going to be more and more things to do elsewhere. Them choosing to timegate all of the features in Zereth Mortis as well, bad idea. It's going to mean that people will leave Zereth Mortis, never come back to Zereth Mortis, and they'll leave it without ever seeing even 50% of what the zone actually has to offer people, which I think is sad. Because the entire package, when you get the entire package of Zereth Mortis, it's quite fun. There's quite a lot to do out here. But most people will never experience that because they'll be too busy raiding, or they'll be too busy doing their keys for the week, or they'll be too busy doing X, Y, and Z to appreciate it. And then by the time they've finished doing all of the stuff they want to do, they'll probably go back to playing Final Fantasy XIV until 10.0, and that'll be it. That'll be done. People don't tend to give content second chances. And Blizzard haven't. I don't think Blizzard have asked for a second chance. They've asked for a second, a third, a fourth, and a fifth chance with this zone by their use of locking it all off. But I'm not the game dev. I don't make the rules, unfortunately. But it's frustrating to see the way that they approach it. Oh, we are 99% on patterns. Of course we are. Of course we are 99% on patterns. You know what that means we do? We hop like a madman over here until it kicks us off. Oh my god, it's still not kicked us off. Okay, now it's kicked us off. Now we zoom. Do we not zoom? Now we zoom. Can we get to that rare before it dies? If we can kill that rare, that's oh my god, that was clutch. Woohoo! Winning. Yoink! There's patterns done for the week. Let's turn ourselves in. Let's Hearthstone, I mean. Turn ourselves in. Sounds like a criminal. Sorry, officer, I didn't mean to. It was a mistake. Question of the day. Do you have a default material price for Pog Essence, or are you using smart average buy price? Going into next week, I will be using a manual price. Yeah. For most materials that are big, especially big ticket items, I tend to like to use just manual prices rather than relying on some sort of price source. I tend to feel as if I get a little bit more control over what I'm pricing things at for then. Because smart average buy price, as good as it is for general day-to-day stuff that you stock lots of and you always have plenty of and there's always plenty of it available, Smart average buy price is actually your cost to remake something once you've sold. It's not really, when you break it down and you think about it in detail, it's not actually a very good representation of what it cost you to craft something. So whilst many people use it as their price for materials, it's actually better as an indication to what it's going to cost you to remake that item again. It doesn't always give a true value to what it actually cost you to make something. So if you use fixed material prices, if you know that you buy this item under this price and you're pretty religious about that, using a fixed price for your materials can be easier and a little bit safer. We all love TSM. We all love the fact that TSM can make our lives much easier in many regards, but ultimately it's still a tool. You need to hold some control over what's going on. And that's one area where I like to keep a little bit of a manual approach to it. That frog is super useful for jumping way up high and then goblin glider to wherever you need to go. Oh, that's clever. Yeah, I hadn't even thought about doing that. That's very clever, actually. That would work as well, wouldn't it? Right, same 3 dailies again. Same 3 dailies again. Let's go on our way. In fact, between each session, we should probably do a cheeky cancel scan, shouldn't we? Haha, see, this is what I knew would happen. I knew this would happen today. I knew that if I... See, this is a good example, right? Me spiking the manually setting the price of Korthite crystals has meant that I've now priced myself out of what the current market is today. But this allows me to let everybody sell their rank 6s off at a cheaper price, knowing full well that when they come to recraft, unless they've got a big stockpile of Korthite crystals, they're going to have a problem on their hands very quickly. Korthite crystals on my realm now are basically done. I've been keeping a very close eye on the price of them for a few days, and their overall supply has just dropped and dropped and dropped every day, to the point now where I think people are running on empty. People are very much running on empty. So anybody looking to buy Korthite crystals to recraft rank 6s, if they haven't bought them previously, may find that their recraft costs are significantly more than what they've been selling things for recently. Where's cancel scans? There's cancel scans. Welcome in. Good to see you. Realms recovering from yesterday's Korthite grab. They're up to 217 from 2. Yeah, that's not really much of a recovery. There's 5 legendaries. GG. What? What? No, we don't do this. We don't do this. Not on my realm. Let's do 262 cancels real quick. My realm's still 350 for Korthite crystals. It will be. It's all about waiting until the buffer's gone. What you see available on the auction house, quantity-wise, is not always representative of the total quantity that are in supply. There's always going to be people out there that have got a bunch of them in their bags and whatever, but for the most part, if on a day-by-day basis you see the quantity dipping, not necessarily the price, but the quantity going down, that's usually a fair indication that they're starting to run low. I'd, for example, 4 or 5 days ago, there was about 6,000 Korthite crystals on the auction house. The day after, it dropped to about 4,000. They've been going down by about 1,000 Korthite crystals a day, almost every single day like clockwork. Meaning that there are people chipping it. People are choosing to restock, buying crystals straight off the auction house to do their restocks. And it only takes a few people to do that a few times for the supply to start to run out. Because there's not any new Korthite crystals being made. This is kind of the point. That there's who in their right mind is out in Korthia right now farming Korthite crystals? Nobody. So once that heavy supply of Korthite crystals that's built up over the last few months, once that's gone, then they're gone. My realm, there's 10k Korthite crystals. Somebody's flipped them. Well, yeah, like I said, there'll always be people doing different things with them, but once that buffer, once that safety barrier, once that overstock of Korthite crystals that's been building up for the last few months, once that's gone, then that's when your Korthite crystal price will rise, and that's also when your rank 6 legendary price will rise. Which was inevitable. It was inevitable. It just, you know, it's just a case of how long. The big realms, it happened a lot faster on the big realms than I expected. Taran Mill, you know, hit 4 figures for the Korthite crystals again, like 3 days ago. They were one of the first realms, I think, that I saw where the Korthite crystals took a spike in price. Draenor is now following in suit. I would imagine some of the other big realms are doing something similar, and then, you know, the medium pop realms will probably slowly catch up as well. Been buying up some of the low-priced rank 6 Legos just to repost them higher. I was doing something similar with some of the popular ones yesterday, like the capes, for example. I think I bought 2 or 3 rank 6 capes yesterday just to get a reset on that market, knowing full well that it's one that sells, you know, like fresh buns. Who doesn't love fresh buns? I know. Get me some buns. With bacon in? Even better. Even better. Now, in the UK, there's a common argument between folks. Is it a bun? Is it a bap? Is it a batch? What is it? That, by the way, is the sound of Pringles, by the way. Oh, we got a bunch of northerners in. Tea and crumpets. Would you like a cream tea? As long as you're serving it with bacon in, I don't really care what you call it. Yeah. That's it. I'm a fake northerner, though. I was born in Southport, so as close to Liverpool as you can get without it actually being Liverpool. I just don't have the accent. You're risking choking to death with Pringles too? Well, at least I haven't got the camera on today, so it's somewhat safe. We moved back up north after 13 years in the south. Don't you find it ironic that you moved back up north after 13 years and it almost feels as if time didn't move? There's a subtle dig on northerners there, if you break it down. Right, there's a bunch of stuff listed there. We are good to go. This is looking good enough. 20k for a quick octane necklace. I mean, I'll take a 20k sale, but that's getting remarkably close to my limit on price for those. As long as they don't dip much below that. I have that same feeling when I go to Cornwall. It's kind of like Groundhog's Day down there. Yeah. People are still riding around in horse and carriage. Next year they'll invent electricity. Hubby's a southerner. He adjusted quickly to northern life. He thought he'd hate it, but he actually loves it. Grass is always greener on the other side. I went to the extreme and I just left the country. That was my solution. Fuck this, I'm out of it. I'm going to Finland. See you in a bit. Catch you all later. To be fair, he wants to move to Canada. Similar weather, yeah. Actual seasons. Nothing beats actual seasons. A good. You're not British unless you like talking about the weather. And the best thing about leaving the UK was that, wow, other countries have seasons. None of this wet season and cold of wet season. No, 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 no. Actual seasons. 4 of them. It's incredible. You know that thing between Christmas and July? There's a thing that they call spring in there somewhere. It's really impressive. How long have I been in Finland? That's a good question. 8, 9 years? A while. Long enough to not speak the language. Let's put that one up there. That one there. That one. Swappy Roonies. Swappy Roonies. Bingo. I thought that's what snowbells and daffodils were for. To let people know it's spring. Yeah, kinda. Yeah, you can take your Christmas decorations down now, Gene. Daffodils are out, love. That's pretty British too, not learning the language. Hey, it was much, much quicker for me to persuade most of Finland to speak English than it was for me to learn Finnish. Far quicker. It was all me. Such an influence, it's unbelievable. To hell with winter, I'm heading to Florida where I can be in my undies every day and not worry about it. Yeah, I was going to say, you do that anywhere else in the world and you very quickly get, you know, put in a van, spend a night in a cell. Hearsay, only 2 seasons exist. Next you'll be telling me the earth is round, yep. It's like Belgium, rainy weather, cold rainy weather, and then meltingly hot for 2 weeks, and then back to rainy weather. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't think the joke probably originated from the UK, but there's a common There's a common joke in the UK where we claim that we summer's like, we love summer. It's our favourite day of the year. It's a subtle one, but it's true. Where is my Eastern European rock band fellows? Here we go. Here's one. Yoink. No, yoink. No, yoink. No, yoink. Ah, fuck it. Ah, go away! Not you lot. You lot can stay. These stupid piggy things. I mean, I could just pew some of them down, but right. Mass roots? I don't have keybinds like that. I have 2 keybinds. I have swipe and I have thrash. That's how I play. That's how I play druids. Sorry, a bit of moonfire. Bit of moonfire. I'll press convoke on cooldown. That's how we do our druids over here. Speaking of seasons, you'll be my podcast now whilst out shuffling the 20 centimeters of snow. Yeah. Yeah, I had a rude awakening yesterday when I woke up. My wife had to leave the house early yesterday, so I was in charge of doing the dogs, taking the dogs out for a walk, and looked out the window and was like, "Oh, sun! Excellent! T-shirt weather." No, -10. Fuck my life. You know, those days when you forget that you live closer to Santa Claus than you would care to imagine. Where is the rest of these things? Oh, they're on my mini-map, look. There's me trying to look for them. Just follow the yellow dots. He says. Aha, sneaky sneaky. -10 is fine for that place. Yeah, but it's not t-shirt weather. It's a bit deceptive when the sun's out. When you're looking at the sun from the comfort of your nice warm house, and then you step foot outside and your nose falls off. It's t-shirt weather in Newcastle. Hey. There'd be Geordies that would be, you know, t-shirt off, getting a tan. Getting their tan on. Don't forget the I win button. Yeah. Convoke on cooldown. GG. Topless weather in Newcastle is any weather. If the day ends in Y, you'll see semi-naked people in Newcastle. Right, come here, froggy frog. Let's go do some hops. Those Geordies ain't got nothing on the folks going down Brighton Beach taking a dip in the sea. And those people, the irony in that is that those people on Brighton Beach taking a dip in the sea ain't got nothing on the Finns that step out of the sauna, break a hole in the ice, and then go for a swim. That's 7 levels of hardcore. But yeah, I get your point. Boxing Day dip. That's the way to do it. Get rid of that. Get rid of that Christmas weight by literally freezing your nuts off. Did you see the amount of pog essence that Zan got for mining herbing? Yes. In regards to that, I think it's somewhat topical. Is there another world quest I'm doing? Was that 3 world quests? Did I do 3 world quests? I did, didn't I? The pog essence drop rate for herbalism and mining. I don't think it's difficult to call it a buff. I think it was more of a fact that the pog essence buff just didn't work. You know, when you speak to the Echo Giro and you get that 15-minute buff to the drop rate on it. My belief is that that just didn't work. My testing on the PTR seemed very inconclusive to whether that even did anything at all. But now it appears that if you have that active, you do actually see a significant increase to the amount of them that you get. Now, there'll be a delay in how long it will take people to cotton onto this. Most people don't even know that that buff is a thing yet. But by the time Student and his crew are finished skinning and farming up lattices and turn their hand to doing some herbalism and mining, then we might see a sneaky increase in the supply of these overall. But I still feel it will be nothing more than a blip in the matrix, considering rank 7s are going to turn up on reset day. And that is going to create a monstrous demand for these things in the first place. So I really don't think there's anything to worry about. We didn't quite complete patterns on this dude. I need to go and work out why my dogs are going crazy. Be right back. Back in 2. Occupy yourselves. Okay, okay. No panic. It was just the wife getting home. We're fine. Dogs do dog things and they woof when anybody comes near the house. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, Pog Essence. Yeah, the likelihood is that if people start, I think the Pog Essence buff was fixed in last reset day patch. So we'll see a steady supply of them. I don't think it's going to have much of an effect on the price though. Not short term anyway. There's too much going on with them in the short term. Right, where were we? I am within a couple of days of dailies and a pattern's completion on this. Arguably I could push patterns, but I'm not in any rush, I don't think. Not now it's a weekly. Cool. Where do you get the buff for the Pog Essence? There's when you interact with the, I'll tell you what, let's do a bit of a demonstrations. With the Cypher console, one of the talents on the Cypher console gives you the ability to speak to some NPCs around the zone. It should be in a wolf bag. Okay. You get to interact with some NPCs called the Echo Giro. There's a talent on the Cypher console. There's 4 different ranks to it, and each rank that you spec into will unlock more of these Echo Giro. So depending on where you're choosing to do your farming, depends a little bit on who you have access to speak to. This will become apparent in a minute, but from here, this one here, I know it's a little bit small on the screen, I apologize, but creating one of the very first ones, 4 ranks of this, allows Pocopoc to activate the Echo Giro, granting you either increased movement speed, additional progenitor essentia from gathering, or reducing the radius in which enemies will detect you. The last one of those, the stealth, actually stacks twice as well. But these dudes, the reason there's 4 ranks is because they break the zone up into like quadrants. So your first rank will allow you to speak to the Echo Giro in the, this corner. If you have handy notes, they do get put on your map. Can we make the map? No, that's as big as the map goes. On handy notes, they do get put on the map. There's, like I said, there's 3 different ones. One of them gives you a progenitor enhancement buff. One of them gives you stealth, and one of them gives you a movement speed buff. Interacting and speaking to one of these, I think it takes a single energy of Cocoa Pops. And the buff lasts for 15 minutes. So by the time you've unlocked all 4 of them, you'll be able to speak to these, zone wide. One of the best farming spots, at least the one that Zanzafal's been promoting, is up at the top here. Where if you want to speak to the Echo Giros up here, you need 4 out of 4 ranks to be able to speak to these ones. So yeah, you want to get that one if you're into your farming on presumably on your Demon Hunter Farmer Gatherer or your Druid Farmer Gatherer or whatever. You want to make sure that you get this one up to rank 4 of 4 quick as possible, and then maintain that buff as much as you can during your farming play. Anybody know why the token price in the EU went up 70k in one night? Yeah, Russia. Check Patreon channel after stream. I'll take a look. What are we selling? We are selling some 262s, a rank 4 and another 262. Let's get a cancel scan on the go. Holy smokes, that's a pricey token. Yeah. "19 characters on Sylvanas." I've played on this realm for a long time. I've been here for a while. Let's do 262s. Absolutely wild that the invasion of a sovereign nation is impacting the economy in a video game. It's madness, isn't it? I do my absolute best to avoid politics, but it's almost unavoidable. At least from the I mean, obviously I pay attention to what's going on normally, but as far as the stream and as far as the content creation goes, I try to keep it to a minimum. But yeah, the fact that what's happening IRL is having a direct impact in a video game as well is just madness. Played Sylvanas in Legion. Yeah, the realms had a bit of a drop off. I think once upon a time Method played on Sylvanas, if I remember it right, which is probably the reason it became quite a big popular realm. But when they moved off and they transferred to Horde, there's still a lot of people that play here, but it's an alliance realm basically nowadays. I decided today that it's actually time to get my Draenor characters at least into Zereth Mortis. I have no intention of getting them up to speed for legendaries. The likelihood of me getting them to Honoured by reset day is technically zilch, I think, at this point. But I thought it would be sensible to at least get them in there. Raven Quest had a drop off too. Probably a dozen top 100 raiding guilds all moved off to Kazakh, Twisting Nether, or Taran Mill. Yeah, it's... I don't know what Blizzard are going to do about it long term, because as the player base... I mean, let's be fair here. The player base is only dwindling. It's not a game that is increasing its player base. The problem is the smaller realms and the medium pop realms are getting smaller and smaller as every patch goes on. Because it makes perfect sense for people to follow the big guilds, because the end game content, if you want to engage aggressively in end game content, you need to be on these big realms. Now it'll be a little bit easier, a little bit more flexible in 9.2.5 potentially, with cross faction becoming a thing, but it still is going to incentivize people to be on the same handful of big servers. For as long as the restriction for mythic raiding is locking you down to the same server, everybody is going to want to be on one of 3 or 4 servers. We're selling pallid bones. Alright, sure. Of all the things to sell. Right, let's get back to getting this dude into Zereth Mortis at least. Once cross-faction play comes in, though, it might... I'm not sure what... I can't quite decide what that will do to the realms. I honestly feel it's just going to make the mega realms even more mega, though. Because now there won't so much be... I don't think there'll be so much be a case of that this is the top alliance realm and this is the top horde realm. It will eventually be that there'll just be 1 or 2 monstrous servers where everybody is going to want to be on, regardless of faction. I honestly think it might make the problem worse. Because, you know, if there's that restriction of that to do the real top end play, the real end game requires you to be on the same server still, then, you know, everybody's going to want to be on the same server. God knows what it's going to do to the economy. Especially now they seem to be a lot more lax on... Not only do they seem to be more lax on people server transferring, but they're actively making it more accessible to people. I mean, what is it now? If you buy 8 server transfers in one go, you get them for like $10 a piece. Which means that, you know, if I'm playing on a mega server, and because I'm playing on a mega server, my progenitor essentia are twice the price they are on a small server, it's going to now cost me very little to take a character to another server, fill my bags, and then return. I know I've broken that down in very simplistic terms, but... Put one on the auction house and it was BOE when it turned BOP when the auction house ended. I don't know what's going on with that. There's a whole bunch of items that for some reason Blizzard managed to leave them as bind on equip when they presumably meant them to be bind on pickup. Probably down to the fact that behind the scenes they just copy pasted the code from another item somewhere and forgot to make adjustments. There's lots of bind on pickup rings and necks on the auction house. Once the 48 hours expires though, they'll all be bind on pickup and won't be able to go back on. I feel bad for people that bought a bunch of them to flip though. But you win some, you lose some. To make realms not matter that much, mythic raid IDs need to be like heroic. People are hesitant to take random players if they can steal an unfinished mythic ID. A little bit of server identity remains. Yeah, I don't engage in that element of the game enough to really have a strong opinion. I don't know if you remember, I bid 99999s, lots of 9s, and then an 8 on the Zullian Tiger and got outbid by 1 gold. I ended up getting it a month later though. Oh, nice one. Congrats. GG on that one. It's a cool mount. I like the Swift Zullian Tiger. Totally worth a gold cap, I think. So sad when I got outbid though. 4 AM, no sleep, almost owned me. Is that even possible? I thought the black market auction house is 5% more to bid. It was, but then for what basically happened is that this is something that it's very hard to get clarification on. But they removed the, if somebody bids gold cap, then that's the max bid. But I also heard somewhere at some point, of which I can't easily confirm nor deny, was that if multiple people put in a max bid on an item, it would still randomly choose one of them and give them the item. I think this was done to help limit the boosting communities basically selling the black market auction house stock on low realms, so that they couldn't basically just cap it. I can't remember. I've probably butchered that entire explanation, but I remember there being something a while ago. I don't know if that's the case, and it's not something that's easily to, get data on, because there's not that many people, bidding gold cap on the black market auction house on a regular basis. Even in the gold making community, people are not so frequently doing that. Talked to 4 GMs about it, and they just give me wishy-washy responses. Because in all honesty, most of the GMs you talk to probably don't know. You got to remember, most of these GMs now are very, very generic customer service folk. They don't even necessarily always know the answers to everything that they're being asked, nor do many of them feel the need to actually go out of their way to try and find an answer. They'll just give you some blah to get to the next ticket, because they probably get paid on tickets, not on success rates or something stupid. Blizzard customer service is definitely not what it used to be. Not by a mile. We don't even have proper in-game GMs anymore, for the most part. I'm sure the big servers do, and I'm sure it's still a thing. I'm sure a dev can at a moment's notice make a character and have god mode and be invisible and all of this sort of stuff, but it used to be that different servers had dedicated on-server GMs, which actually became quite well known by the players on that server as the, the invisible eye in the sky. That was a fun time, when they choose to spawn a Ragnaros in the middle of Stormwind or something stupid. Is there still no info about the Longboy? I still have not had anybody confirm to me that they've seen the Longboy in the black market auction house for a long ass time. Since July of last year, I think, was the last time it was seen. People have been getting it though. There's there are some accounts. In fact, we can check that. We'll check that in a minute. I'm intrigued to see if there's any more accounts that have gained the Longboy. TSM data still showing no Longboys. Oh, there we go. The black market, there doesn't appear to be default auctions. They still appear to, in some shape or form, at least give the impression that you can get them out the boxes. But I've still not had anybody confirm that to me either. There's what was that website that I used to track that before? There's the website that tracks achievements and stuff. Data for Azeroth, that was the one. Data for Azeroth gives you, tells you the last time a certain person got an achievement. And because there's an achievement for getting the Longboy, we can kind of track it. The last time I looked, it was like 19th of January or something was the last time that anybody got the achievement for gaining the Longboy. Now, there is the very, very slight possibility with that, there's somebody that just bought it back in BFA and it was still in their bags and they hadn't learnt it yet, or something along those lines, but I doubt that that's a thing. Why would you spend 5 million gold and not learn it, Won my long boy playing marbles. GG. Was that some Magicus giveaway or something? Where was that web page? What was it called? Data for Azeroth. We could go... How did we do this? Data for Azeroth. There was... Browse collections and rarity, I think it was. Then you can go search for... Titles, reputations, quick achievements. What's the name of the achievement to get the long boy? Do we just go mount? No, stop, go back. View details. Oh, here we go. Mighty Caravan Brutasaur. Last seen, the most recent data for Azeroth detected a player obtained this item. Still January the 19th. So yeah. That seems to indicate that the only likelihood I see of this ever updating is if somebody is to get it out of a container. That would indicate that maybe not a single person has opened a container and got the long boy since the 19th of January. I would, I'd continue to buy the crates, the black market auction house container things. But honestly, on the realms where I have my gold, those containers go for so much, it's not even funny. And on the basis that there is literally only one thing in them that I care about, it's not worth the time or the effort. I'll get myself one of these once Blizzard fix it and it turns up on the black market auction house organically again. And if it never appears on the auction house, black market auction house ever again, then I just won't get one. Simple as. I should have caved to FOMO at the back end of BFA. I was considering spending $500 on tokens since I didn't know how to make gold, basically. There's many people that did that. I'm quite sure in the last month before that thing went away, Blizzard, I reckon Blizzard probably had a bit of a bumper balance sheet on tokens that month. Yay! Finally sold my raw beast hide. Thank Christ whoever took that off my hands. You're welcome. Got gold capped, hoping that they'd bring back the auction house mount at some point. They'll keep it as an ace up their sleeves for when there's a bad day in the office that they need a quick fix for. As a thank you for Microsoft buying Activision Blizzard, everybody gets a long boy! Yay! Maybe, maybe not. BFA time walking maybe at some point. Maybe. There's a possibility. I don't think there's enough people that care though. Honestly. They brought back the Mage Tower because enough people were bothered about it. BFA Classic. Oh god. Oh boy. BFA Classic. Thank heaven my neighbour got home as he's got one of the snow blowers. No, snow plowers. There's you shoveling like a fool. Shoveling like a fool. Right, okay. Let's leave that be. Let's continue over here. Shadowlands Classic. In 17 years' time. Hang on, why are we hearthing to Haven? We literally run through this portal. How are 262, 233 sales going? I'm not being overly aggressive with trying to sell them. Some of them, we're doing alright on some of them. The price is not anything fancy though. It's for me, the 262s and the 233s are just another one of those things now that they're in my restock they're in my restock list. I'll craft them, I'll sell them, and when I've sold them, I'll craft them again. I knew it'd be a flash in the pan anyway. My goal was never really to take too much of an advantage of those anyway. Legendaries was always my focus, so I'm still in semi-preparation mode for reset day. Oh, pick a reward. Give me the one-handed mace then, I guess. In fact, what's my shield saying? What's my shield saying? Oh, whatever. Sure. Somebody crashed the market. I mean, people crashing the market was inevitable. It was never going... yeah, the fact that every man and their dog has enough reputation to craft and sell those things. The barrier to entry is almost zero. The market was the day before everybody had the ability to get them. The day since everybody's easily been able to get them, there isn't really a market there to crash. The market is what the market is. Arguably, you could say the market hasn't necessarily been crashed. Supply is just outstripping demand. Everybody was mindly reposting, so they reposted at his price. I spotted there's a thread on the WoW Economy subreddit that was something along the lines of this markets, and it very quickly derived into an argument about undercutting and cancel scanning, like every single time this happens. Not a single person in the thread though took the time to mention that if the supply of something far, far, far outweighs the demand for something, yes, the price is going to crash. It's an inevitability. Expecting anything other is actually the wrong expectation. This is no shade on you, because I know it's annoying. I know it's hella annoying. But there was people over there in that same thread complaining that they were only making 500 gold per craft and per sale. You realise that 500 gold per craft and per sale is a good day in the office 9 days out of 10. The argument involving the cancel scanning and undercutting, blaming cancel scanning and blaming undercutting for a lack of what is understanding of how markets work. Until you can fully understand and explain to me supply and demand and how it affects any given market, I'm not really willing to hear your argument that cancel scanning is at fault. Complaining that somebody can cancel scan more than you is like complaining that somebody in Arena has better gear than you. Honestly. It touches a nerve, I know. And like I said, this is no shade at any one single individual, but it touches a nerve just how many people blame cancel scanning for the reason why something's not selling. No, the reason that something is not selling is because there's far too many people trying to sell it. Far too many people trying to sell it compared to the amount of people that want to walk into the auction house and buy that item. It's not complaining. To a degree, people are venting their frustration, sure. But to be frustrated... Can we get an overlay to flash up when Manthi's on a rant? Sorry. It touches the nerve, I can't help it. I'm not complaining about cancel scanning, just here to complain about the dude who crashed the market. There wasn't a market there though, that's my point. More importantly, when you break it down and when you fully understand how supply and demand works, supply and demand does not care about your crafting cost. This is another concept of gold making and economics in general that people tend to ignore when they play World of Warcraft. Just because it costs you X amount to make something does not mean that that item is inherently worth that value. No.
Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me?
Kitty, welcome.
Both,
Thank you. Well, you've been here for a while, but either way. Thank you for the bits. Don't poke the Manthius bear. Sorry. I get passionate about these things. I get passionate. Cancel scan is the root of all evil. Let's riot. Oh god. Where did this birdie come from? Sneaking up on me like a ninja. My favourite part of your streams are the rants, so don't worry. Sorry. I don't know what I'm apologising for, but if you think the price has been driven down too much, buy it all out, relist it. Yeah, the markets most at risk are the ones that are profitable. And more importantly, easily accessible. This is why these markets will often last like a day. They last until there's too many people who have access to it. This is why some barriers to entry are a really good thing to have. Now, I don't particularly like the way that the legendary market created its barrier to entry. I think having gold being the only barrier to entry is a little bit gross and very, very lazy game design. But ultimately, it's created a system that has lasted. It's a market that has lasted the entirety of the expansion. Whereas most markets for anything in the game just get completely obliterated within minutes because of accessibility to those items. There's only X amount of people that want something, and there's often 2 or 3x the amount of people trying to sell it to that one person. So it becomes competitive, and he or she who fights hardest to win their item will probably sell it. The legendary system is a great example, albeit a system that I don't particularly like, although I have profited off it massively. I don't particularly like its design philosophy. The legendary system is a really good example of showcasing that, right, yes, if you have access to this pattern, you're already in the 1% of people who have access to this. Even with those super duper mega high cost to entry, there's still huge competition at the top end. That just goes to show that it doesn't matter how much competition you put in play, or how big the roadblock is for people. If the market is profitable enough, people will do it, and people will do it fast, real fast. I still to this day expect there to be people out there that take one look at the legendary market, take 5 million gold out of their guild bank, level up the entire profession to max overnight, and then just go to town, because that's arguably the way to do it. The only reason people chip away and slowly grind out the legendary market is because they don't have the gold to just smack it head on in one go to begin with. But yeah, like I said, the legendary market is a good example, but that's not to state that I think the legendary market was actually a good market. I only hate the bots that play the auction house. I don't have a problem with people playing the cancel scam game. With real people, you can fool them. Well, this is it. Like that is a very obvious. It's obvious to point out that yes, if you're botting the auction house, you're an asshole. You're an absolute asshat, and you deserve to be banned. That's quite simple. There's definitely no arguments there. If you're using automation to gain a significant advantage over real players, then you're a dick. You're breaking the rules. See you later. Get out of here. But to anybody that's willing to put in, if you're willing to put in 5 hours, 6 hours a day cancel scanning to make your sales, somebody that's only willing to put in 20 minutes of cancel scanning is going to get consistently less sales. If you do not run 500 arena matches, you are unlikely to hit Gladiator. It's, you know, it's the same but different. TSM is borderline botting too. You want to be careful saying things like that. I mean, that's borderline. That's a really good way to get yourself a timeout, because it couldn't be further from botting. My guild bank has 1,000 times less gold than I do. Isn't that the truth? Isn't that the truth? I suggest that I suggest they don't elaborate on that, Gumdrops, to be honest. People need to report the bots, then it takes a few days and they have a new level 1 standing at Booty Bay. I wish that was also the case. I wish there was a better system for reporting people who are blatantly botting. For example, there's one dude on Draenor that is the clearest day botting. I mean, it could not be more clear. He literally logs on, posts his auction house, logs off, and 2 minutes later, to the second, logs back on again and repeats his cycle. And he does that for 18 hours a day. He only posts in very certain markets. He's in a guild with one other character, of which is his crafter for those said items. Like, it doesn't matter how many times you do a report to them, it seems to just land on deaf ears. Yeah. You can only do what you can do, though. It's ultimately, it's Blizzard's intellectual property. It's up to them to police it. My bot's bigger. He boots on 4 characters and then does the legendary market too. I've seen them do it all. Some different ones do it at different scales, obviously, but you would hope, you know, you need to have some sort of trust in the system, right? If Blizzard give players the ability to, you know, do some element of policing of the community and the players of the game, you would hope that something would be, you know, you would hope that those reports that are going out are not just landing in some inbox that never gets looked at. That's the problem that it feels, right? Those little reports that get randomly sent out to people from time to time as well, saying your report has resulted in the suspension of something or other. I'm still quite clearly of the belief that they're just BS in the first place. Because it's not very often when I will report a player for doing something that they shouldn't be doing. Not because I just don't report them, more down to the fact that I don't come across many all that often, to be honest, that warrant a report. So there are periods in time to where I may have only ever reported one person for one certain thing. And then I'll get one of those little emails saying that action is taken. And then I'll log on, and the only character that I've ever sent a report in is still online. So obviously no action was taken. I don't know. I'm maybe an action equals a warning. Yeah. Please do not do this. All right. Continue doing it. Anyway, the topic of conversation regarding botting usually gets my blood boiling very fast, so I'm very tempted to start building some temporary setup for legendaries, you know. Because I know Gumdrops is in chat, Mr. TSM himself. Well, yeah, but I'm quite strongly of the belief that come reset day, I will need to have some system in place to try and correctly price these new rank 7s. I think, oh, look at the time. I want to probably set up, I started building yesterday some custom price sources for each of the vestiges, because this will allow me to dictate with a little bit more control the price or the minimum price for an item based on the vestige that I actually used, which is part and parcel of using TSM effectively nowadays anyway. And it will also then allow me that if on reset day I craft a bunch of rank 7s and send them to my bank character, and if the crafting cost isn't accurate because TSM sync is having an issue, I will have a solution to that on day 1, which I think I need. Luckily though, this patch seems as if the vestige prices are a lot closer. There doesn't seem to be one that's outrageously overpriced in relative terms to the others. We're not going to have a situation where you are just not going to want to craft a vestige with any one given profession. You might be out of whack by 1,000 or 2 gold, but in the grand scale of things, that's not really going to matter. But it's when you're 10,000 gold out of line with your prices where there's an issue. But that doesn't seem to be the case. The balancing of the cost of the vestiges seems to be a little bit more sensible this time around, which is definitely a good thing. It'll require us to have less of a complicated setup to get things working, kind of, you know, how we want them to. Tokens going down fast, thankfully. I think it will go up and down pretty aggressively for the next few days, as there'll be as not everybody logs in every day. Not everybody, you know, not everybody's able to instantly jump in and buy their tokens. Got the Ginju sword, nice one. Money in the bank there. Money in the bank. What's the going rate on those things nowadays? Those were expensive for a long time. There's a couple of things that share the same opinion, share the same. From a transmog perspective, I think it shares its appearance with a few things nowadays, though. 280k on your realm. Well, there we go. There's a token. GG. If you can sell it. What damage font add-on is it? It's one called Classic Damage, I think. Hang on. Be right back. Ah, I'm gonna die! I'm gonna die! Quick! Woo! Oops. Never leave a character in combat. That was close. Lucky thing is that I think he is not going to have rank 7 Legos. That's why I don't want to do any more rank 6 and focus on 7. I wouldn't write it off. If he's already selling rank 6s, there's not significant amounts of effort that it's going to take to get rank 7. All he's going to need is a crafter with Honoured, which is nothing more than doing dailies for the last week. Why does that button not work? Oh, now it does. Okay. What are we doing here? Slay an agent. Slay one more. No, we still need some of these boxes. Or do we? It's going to be interesting to me to see how many legendary crafters complete the campaign on reset day, get their tome of, what's it called, tome of eternal, and then see the honoured requirement to use it, and will then cry. Unless, of course, Blizzard have changed that. I mean, we did test it very, very late in the PTR cycle to try and get the most up-to-date information on it we possibly could. But through testing, I was surprised to see that when looting the item from a quest reward, it's still required honoured to use it, which is a very, very rare thing to see. Quest rewards almost have no... I can't remember in the history of the game there being a quest reward that then required, you know, some other thing to then use it. I mean, I'm sure there are some scenarios out there, but they use it. They do that very infrequently. In 9.1, you could be nothing more than neutral with Death's Advance, do the campaign, and get your Vestige of Origins. So we'll see. I'm going to be slightly annoyed. I can't lie. I'm going to be slightly annoyed if they've changed it so that you don't need honoured, because that means there's going to be lots of legendary crafters that took a big risk and then got a free pass, whilst Muggins here has been farming reputation on multiple characters to be ready, which will annoy me slightly, but that's you win some, you lose some situation. Not bothering doing the world quest puzzles anymore. 9 Poco Pock energy for the win. I like those little puzzles, you know. I don't mind them. I don't mind them too much. I've not even bothered with one of the add-ons to work them out for me. I kind of like them now that I've, for the most part, at least worked out the system on how to do them. It's you know, these puzzles are much easier when you know how to do them. If you look at what those things, what the square things were numbered, Sudokus. When you look at those Sudoku puzzles, if you don't know what the hell you're doing with those, you're just like, fuck this game. As soon as you actually understand a little bit about how to complete them, there is actually some fun to be had there, so I don't mind them too much. How many times do I have to press this goddamn button? There we go, here's the dude in question. Oh, he evaded me. Cheeky. I can enjoy them later when I don't have to do it on 8 characters. Well, yes, this is it. When you're trying to zerg through daily quests on multiple characters, they become just an annoyance, but... Already maxed out my Cypher console, just waited for the last one to finish. At least I get the mount schematic soon. You've maxed out the console now. That's a lot of Cyphers. That's a lot of Cyphers. Does that mean you're getting 252 gear from world quests now as well? $252 ring from a treasure earlier. Nice. Bet you wish some of those rings and necks were BOE still, right? Because that could be money in the bank. Can you imagine? That would have actually, I didn't think about that too much, but that would have been a massive goal-making opportunity for those that farmed up ciphers nice and quick time. BOE world drop rings and necks at item level 252. Damn, you'd have sold a few of those for sure. Something like 4,000 ciphers, I think, to max the tree out. 4,100 or something, I think. I saw somebody do the maths on the PTR. Okay. I've managed to eat all the Pringles without dying once. Mission success. Kind of new to goal making. You got any top 3 tips for a new farmer goal maker so I don't have to watch a 45-minute video? Farm until you have enough money so that you don't need to farm anymore. Then craft one of everything and post it on the auction house. And then recraft what sells. And rinse and repeat that process until you're a millionaire. For anything more detailed, please see said 45-minute video. Trust me. Long term, a single 45-minute video that told you everything you needed to know about goal making would be the most viewed 45-minute video on YouTube. To fully understand gold making can take years. But yeah, your TLDR, farm a bunch of current content materials, farm enough of them so that you make enough gold to then be able to buy the materials you need to do some crafting, and then just craft a bunch of stuff, post it, when it sells, craft it again. Is the basics to how I tend to do my business. There's a little bit more nuance to it than just that, but there always is. That's why it's the TLDR. I heard you die a little, but maybe that was the bot rant. Oh, my character almost died. I didn't. It's fine. It's risky business eating Pringles or crisps of any sort on stream. I had a minor incident with a Dorito once upon a time on stream that nearly cost me my life. Which is something I don't ever plan to repeat again. Somebody clip that. I had a minor incident with a Dorito. Is this why you called your character No Doritos? Yes. Yes. Because it became a rule of mine. No more Doritos. What is this we sold? Ceremonious rapier. 500 gold. There you go. Bet there's not many people still crafting these nowadays, right? Bet there's not many people still crafting and selling these. But this is why I do it. It's not quite legendary money, but it's worth. Tell you what, it's really funny to see just the variety of names that are popping up on my list here for when it's the 262s and the 233 gear. Huge amounts of names that I've never seen before. There's a bunch of regulars, because there always will be, but there's a huge amount of people that have got access to these patterns. They've taken one look at the price of crafting them and they've gone, ooh. And, you know, the dollar signs have started spinning in their eyes. Oh, Cockosaurus. I've done that again. Can somebody get this pissing great big yak out of my face? Causing me to misclick. God damn. Was that genuine? Was that genuinely somebody's on stream? Okay, I didn't expect that. Hashtag no yaks. Huge amount of new people posting, but also huge amounts of people who do not understand what it means to auction house PvP, and they whisper you, accusing you of botting, or they're not happy because of the cancel scan meta. Yes, yes. All of the above. Log on to Manthus' servers on a yak. It's entirely my own fault. I misclicked. It's fine. Yes, in regarding to goal making, I would probably... now, I'm not trying to toot my own horn here, but I think my Discord is probably the second most active place on the internet for goal making discussion right now, behind the WoW economy subreddit itself. So if you feel free to jump in there and ask your questions. There's lots of people in there now, more than qualified to give you some solid advice, point you in the right direction. Was that a flex? A passive flex. The irony of ironies is, for the longest of time, I was not even going to bother having a Discord. Now there's quite a lot of people in there nowadays. Shout out to the boys and girls that do put the time and effort in to help people get where they want to be. Appreciate it. Started looking into goal making through crafting and auction house usage. At the moment, I'm sat around 2 to 300k on a main server with 2 characters, ready to learn professions and make some profit. I found your YouTube and the other resources a bit overwhelmed. Is there a written guide or video you can suggest that I could be watching, as I'm completely new to that, especially how TSM works and what professions I should start with? There's 2 series I'd suggest. Which I don't advertise them in very well, unfortunately, but I will point you in the right direction. The 2 separate playlists. I have a how to build a goal making machine. This is only 3 videos long. It's only 3 videos long, but it is basically my step-by-step on getting started on a fresh new server. Goes into a little bit of detail about which characters I made, why I made them, and some starting, process. Additionally, if you want to get deep into TSM, there's my TSM Basics playlist. This is a few videos long, but it goes over the fundamentals of, how to get up and running with Trade Skill Master, making your groups, some important stuff to understand about how TSM works from a, behind the scenes a little bit. These are 2 playlists that I would check out. Is Discord making any money? Oh, heck no. Discord doesn't make me a penny. That reminds me, actually, I should probably apply for the partner program on Discord. Get myself one of those fancy URLs. Oh, no, hang on. I'm not going down here yet, am I? Follow the guide, Manthus. I said the same for the WoW Economy Discord. Took me a little while to get on board with it and launch it. It hit its 5-year anniversary, didn't it, recently? The WoW Economy Discord. I was remarkably slow with making a Discord. It was actually Jack the Dipper, I think, that finally convinced me that I should really get one set up. As it's people prefer that sort of forum of discussion nowadays. Highly recommend the TSM Basics playlist. Watched it yesterday, and although I've semi-used TSM for years, it cleared a lot of things up. Yeah, I put a lot of thought into just how to structure that mini-series. I think when TSM releases any big updates, I'll probably refresh that series with something a bit newer. But TSM's one of those add-ons that it doesn't matter how much you use it, you're always learning something. I've used TSM before TSM even existed, and yet still to this day I'm learning how it works. But to get on board with the, see, it's not necessary in a very simple way. You can just load TSM and just go straight to the auction house and start posting stuff. But very quickly people want to do something a little bit more optimized with it. And at that point, there's a lot that you kind of need to understand before you can get. There's a big steep learning curve with TSM at the beginning. You know, all the different price sources, what the different price sources mean, how they actually work, what this number means and where that number came from. And then on top of that, operations can just be a complete, like, it's like learning another language for some people, and I understand it. There's probably 2 or 3 little tricks to understand about operations, which if you learn them early on will make your TSM experience so much easier. How many servers are you active on at the moment? Barely even 2, to be honest. Sylvanas is my home realm, and any time that there's brand new fresh content, Sylvanas is always my focus realm, because I've just got everything there. Literally everything. But both Taran Mill and Draenor I'm getting up to speed with. Now, you could argue I'm more than prepared on Taran Mill. I have every single legendary unlocked at every single rank on Taran Mill, which is an achievement in its own. But I still don't consider it like my main realm. And then, of course, there's Draenor, which I've been using more recently as just as a little, you know, just a side gig, really. Just slowly working my way up. I could have quite easily just transferred like 10 million gold to a server and just, you know, cut out all of the initial grind of gold making. But I might do that if we ever, you know, go further afield. My goal for the end of Shadowlands was to try and get 4 or 5 realms at a place that I was happy with. Because obviously as we go into the next expansion, we don't know what that's going to bring. We don't know what the professions are going to look like. We don't know what the landscape is going to look like. And having a simple setup on a few different realms will give me good choices, I think. Learning TSM harder or easier than learning Finnish? Well, put it this way, I've probably been trying to learn Finnish for about as long as I've been using Trade School Master. And I am now fluent in Trade School Master, and I barely speak a word of Finnish, so... Look at it that way. You forgot Project NA? Yeah, Project NA it's still there in the back. I really need to cancel my subscription for my NA realm. We might come back to that a little bit in once the hype has died down in 9.2. I definitely want to get up. The reason I set up on the NA realm was for the fact that I've had this opinion that I can't at this point really prove. I've had the opinion for a long time that making gold on the NA realm is easy mode. And I can say that all I want, but until I back it up with some actual, you know, back it up with data, it's just a hypothesis, and it means fuck all. I used a fancy word there and then instantly started swearing like a farmer. So yeah, I kind of want to get up and running on the NA a little bit more. Plus, it also gives me a wider opportunity with my audience as well. A lot of my YouTube-based audience, if I look at my YouTube dashboard, like 70-80% of my views come from the US, meaning that there's a very strong likelihood that every time I start talking about the EU prices and the EU markets, it just, you know, it's not really applicable to them. So I wanted to. I can obviously look at the Undermine journal and say, right, well, this is the price over here and this is the price over there. But that's still not really representative. I don't have that much experience in how the US markets differ to the EU ones. Ooh, a chest. Yoink. Imagine people playing WoW on NA servers. Imagine. What am I doing now? Healing people. I need more people to heal. Lower goblins per server in the NA for sure. Yeah, that seems to be the case. It seems to be that most NA realms are heavily dominated by one or two big goblins who just clean up. Hickons, we're looking at you here, for example, a well-known example. That's not to take anything away from what they do, but it's just the fact that with less goblins kicking about, it's considerably easier to keep profits high, and then the expectations on the prices of things are greater on the NA realms as well. But like I said, all of this is anecdotal until I kind of see it with my own eyes and prove the point, you know. Most European realms, most EU servers, for example, there's a lot more people on those realms that are actively trying to make gold. Far less people overall that are willing to take their credit card out and pay for gold with their credit card. Is how it feels. How it presents itself, at least. Like I said, I'm not trying to slander anybody's performance over in the NA, but from the EU server's perspective, it often looks much easier to make gold in the NA. I need to heal people. Where are you at? There you go. There's one. Creation Catalyst week 8, yes. Ironically, ironically, the Creation Catalyst is time gated so aggressively, it will basically be useless by the time it comes out, I'd imagine. People are going to have 6 or 7 weeks to run the raid and get the piece of gear that they need by that point. It's not so much of a bad luck protection system when 8 weeks into the patch, most people will be playing Final Fantasy XIV and will not care about the Creation Catalyst. Oh dear, Blizzard. Oh dear. What's the Creation Catalyst? It's a little feature that is in this thing up here. Part of the campaign, you'll have stumbled across it accidentally already. It's going to allow you to turn in a regular piece of gear and convert it to a tier set piece. So if RNGesus does not bless you favourably and does not give you the tier set drops that you want, maybe in the slots that you want or the item level that you want, you'll be able to trade in a regular piece of gear for a tier set piece at the cost of Cosmic Flux. This is not only a system that isn't going to be implemented until the 8th week of the patch, it's also then going to be further time gated to how much you can use it. For example, in the first week, you'll probably only be able to convert one piece of gear into a tier set piece. But you'll accrue like a... how's the best way to describe this? As time goes on, if you haven't interacted with it, you'll be able to interact with it more. So say, for example, in 3 months' time, for some reason, you roll an alt and you happen to have got a whole bunch of Cosmic Flux on that alt, which doesn't make any sense, because why would you if it's a brand new character? There are definitely flaws in this system. I'm hoping you're starting to realise that now. But in theory, you should be able to roll a new alt, go straight to the Creation Catalyst with a bunch of gear, and convert it into tier set pieces almost instantly as a form of catch-up. But there's some glaringly obvious issues with how the system works, which I don't think is totally realised by players yet, because it's not available. Cosmic Flux sounds like really bad diarrhea. Oh, I got a real bad case of the Cosmic Flux today. Oof, shouldn't have eaten that curry. It kind of does. Just like Volpera is an Eastern European death metal band. We are the Volpera and we will kill. Flag like a welly top. Oh dear. Flag like a welly top? Sure. Arse like a welly top. There's your daily dose of ASMR. Can I use a starter edition account as my auction house booty bay camper character? No, it needs to at least be an active account. It doesn't necessarily need to be a Shadowlands account, but it does need to be an active account. Still better than farming BFA essences on new characters? Well, yeah, sure. But they've delayed it so aggressively that by the time it becomes a thing, nobody will be playing the game anyway. So it's, in that regard, it's kind of pointless. This is what I don't understand. Like, usually Blizzard are quite good at this. Usually they're quite good, at least in recent expansions, they've been quite good at just opening the floodgates to silliness in the last patch. In terms of, they're like, right, this is the last major content patch. Everybody knows that when we roll into a new expansion, you're going to replace all of your gear. In that regards, here you go. Here's a bunch of stuff. Just go crazy. You look at corruption gear, for example. That stuff was ludicrous. Actually mental. The power spike that people gained by this corruption gear was bananas. But of course, it didn't matter because it was the last patch of the expansion and everybody was going to replace everything. The problem is, though, with Zereth Mortis in patch 9.2 is they seem to be desperately trying to claw onto people for as long as possible. There's nothing in this tier of content that sort of says, right, this is the last patch, go out there and do silly things. They're trying to keep this entire patch just as deadly serious as every other one. You know, time gating on top of time gating on top of time gating. You can't do this until this week. You can't do that until that week. The calendar for this patch spans across 8 to 12 weeks before you really get to a point where, you know, you could have done everything. Which unfortunately, in my opinion on this one, of course, my opinion gives the illusion that Blizzard are not in any way, near, shape or form ready to announce or release a new expansion. That we may struggle at this point to see a 10.0 in 2022. Because they are so desperate to delay people's progress in 9.2 for as long as humanly possible. Without, you know, activating any of this like bonkers level silly mode, just go and have fun. Maybe 9.2.5 will come with a bunch of that sort of stuff, which there's already rumours that we're going to get a PTR for that quite soon. Which makes sense. Usually within a month into a patch, you should expect to have the PTR for the next patch. But, yeah. 100% no expansion release this calendar year, maybe an announcement. Well, we'll get 10.0 announced. I would put money on it within the next 4 weeks. Historically, they've always told us about the next expansion very quickly after we get the last one, or in some cases even before we even get the last one. Now this cycle is a little bit different because of course they've blatantly axed an entire tier of content this time round. But either way, it's probably quite fair to say that we'll get an announcement of 10.0 relatively soon. We'll get a PTR for a 9.2.5 within a week or two, I would imagine. 9.2.5 I would suspect to land on our doorstep, I don't know, June maybe. I think we'll have 9.2.5 relatively quickly. But then we'll go very deep into next expansion alpha, next expansion beta, you know, build the hype train. There's the probability of something classic related to try and keep people's attention for a little while. But I think we're in for a long one. I think Zereth Mortis is here to stay for a while. I think we're in for a long one. I would imagine that this will be our home for some significant amount of time now. For those, of course, that, you know, treat this as the one and only game they ever play, I think you're going to really start to struggle with content before too long. Which is kind of why I wish Blizzard would have... I kind of wish they'd respect their player base a little bit more so. To just give them everything. Let them play the game that they're wanting to play. Let them play, let them do silly things, let them go crazy. And if they've completed everything in a month and choose to go play Final Fantasy, then so be it. If they choose to go off and do something else for 6 months whilst Blizzard make a new expansion, then so be it. But if you drag it out, if Blizzard choose to drag it out too long, and I worry that they've already made that decision, that they're going to try and drag out this zone for as long as they humanly can, drip feed us something interesting in 9.2.5 just to desperately try and keep people engaged in the game. If they do that, then when people do choose to stop playing the game, they leave the game on bad terms, right? They leave the game on the basis of that, you know, they've just felt as if they've been grinding for no real reason for weeks. If people get given the game that they want to play, and they play the game and they finish the game and choose to go off and do something else, without question those players will then be itching to come back when there's new content, because they won't have left on bad terms. They won't feel as if they've been strung along for an excessive amount of time, drip fed the absolute bare minimum amount of content that they can humanly get away with, just to keep those subs rolling. Now I know I'm starting to sound a little bit like every pissed off YouTube, World of Warcraft YouTube commentator here, but I've played the game for long enough to see the patterns, multiple times, and the Blizzard aren't strictly keeping to the patterns, the tried and tested success methods. Not that they've had a perfect history previously, but yeah. Matthew's on a rant again, sorry. In a few weeks there'll be an announcement. We'll make 10.0. Month after that there'll be an announcement. 10.0 coming soon. Yeah, they'll announce an announcement. Next week we're going to announce that there's going to be an announcement. There's a big announcement coming next week. This is an announcement of the announcement. Fuck off with your time gating, Blizzard. Should I be using...
Let's make sweet profit together.
Hey, what a great use of the Prime Gaming button there. Incredible performance. Well done. Distracted me from my rant. You see, there we go. There's a new meta. Every time Manthius is on a rant, hit that sub button and distract him with some sweet Prime Gaming action. Thank you. Appreciate it. Should I be crafting Crafter's Mark fulls and the first ones with progenitor enhancements? In these early days, I would say the 262s, yes, you probably want to put progenitor enhancements on them. Is it essential? No. But the reason you probably want to put POG enhancements on the 262s is because something is better than nothing, and they're still, in most cases, profitable enough for you to absorb the cost of doing that. Anybody that looks at a 262, if they see that, if they even happen to spot the fact that there's an extra bonus perk on one of them, they're then likely to quickly have a flick through them and see which bonus perks attract them. That player who notices that there's a bonus perk on them is very, very, very unlikely to choose the one that has no bonus perk on it. Falling back to my theory that something is better than nothing. And as long as they're profitable enough and you can absorb the cost of the progenitor enhancement, which realistically is only 500-600 gold each, I would say that you have a much better chance of selling that piece of gear quickly if it's got an enhancement on it. Now 232s, it's a different story. 232s is just straight up, buy it in bulk, catch up gear. In that regard, people I think are probably far less likely for looking at these bonus perks, and more importantly, they're less willing to pay a premium for them, because it's a bit of gear that will get them into the zone that they know that they're probably going to replace remarkably quickly anyway. But if they've just dinged 60, they don't particularly have any anima available, or they don't want to spend the anima to buy a 226 set as soon as they step foot in Zereth Mortis. It's the path of least resistance to basically getting into the end game content. 233s, you just want to stack them high, sell them cheap. 262s, on the other hand, though, I would recommend using the enhancements on, at least for while there's good profit in them. When the margins start getting a bit skinnier, I wouldn't bother. And I think you'll probably find that most other crafters will end up doing the same. Now, once again, I know Gumdrops is here and probably listening and can probably send some feedback regarding this. But the fact that TSM doesn't support these progenitor enhancements in any way, shape or form means that as far as most auction house play is concerned, there's not really ever going to be much of a price difference between one that has a progenitor enhancement and one that doesn't. If you're grouping your items through TSM using the item level grouping, then TSM will flat out ignore the progenitor enhancements whether they're there or not. Meaning that, you know, the undercutting will basically mean that they'll all end up being the same price anyway. If some system pops out of the woodwork from the TSM guys to better support the listing of items inclusive of these progenitor enhancements, then there might be a better argument for them. But sorry, I was organising my sock drawer, might have missed what you said. The fact that TSM currently doesn't support the new optional reagents, the progenitor enhancements, falls back very similar to, I remember the conversation we had, not necessarily directly me and you, but the conversation that was had late in 9.0, I think, just before support was added for the item level grouping of what would you prefer to be able to do, this or that. And I think my response was, I would like to do both. and the official TSM line was, well, you can't have both. So all the more so now would it be preferable to actually have both? But I more so understand why it's not possible anymore. It would be very, very nice today, in today's market, to not only be able to choose to group things by item level, but then granularly break that down even further to say, right, I primarily want to consider the item level of the bit of gear, because a 262 piece of gear is always a 262 piece of gear. It is not a 230 piece of gear. That's very apparent, especially from the purpose of auctioning it. But what I would like to do is prioritize looking at the item level, but then secondary to that, if it has a progenitor enhancement on it, I would like to consider that like the second option. So if it has a Pog Essence on it and it's a 262, undercut the other 262s with the same Pog Essence on, and so on and so on. But I have absolutely no idea how that sort of system gets coded into TSM. So it's on my wish list, but I don't expect it to ever become a thing. Yeah, I'm quite certain that it's not even that feasible with how TSM does what TSM does without a complete rewrite. So is why I'm not expecting it. I will just group things by item level. I'm suggesting other people do the same. And I'm just saying that if you do choose to put progenitor enhancements on your gear, you need to make sure that there's enough margin in that bit of gear for you to compete on price regardless. Because there's no easier way through TSM to post them the way that most people would like to post them. Assuming I understand how the add-on works, which I think I do. Would you say the safest enhancement would be the avoidance and healing one? I don't really know is the honest answer. There's a bunch of them that appear to be attractive to people. More people seem to be realizing that the main stat one is a bit of a meme. The main stat one at face value looks good, but in reality it's dog shit. The main stat one generates a little glowing orb that unless you actually run over and collect the orb, you don't get the buff. Which means you've got to actively be paying attention to it amongst the clusterfuck of other things that's going on when you're raiding or PvPing or whatever. So the main stat one looks good on paper, but in reality, it's a bit meh. The secondary stat one is also similar from what I understand. The secondary stat progenitor enhancement requires you to get the killing blow on something, which is even less likely to happen in raids. The avoidance one seems to be pulling ahead as the favourite by people, because flat out avoidance is always a benefit, with the bonus proc of healing is another passive benefit. But yeah, the meta for those will be carved out over time, I think. And obviously the speed sets become... The only exception to anything I've said so far is the 233 speed sets. What they call the pure air sail things. There are many people out there, especially before we get flying, and even when we do get flying, to be honest, that will want a full 233 speed set just for getting places faster. Because the buff on that stacks. Apparently they've nerfed it for flying. I've not tested. But the engineer progenitor enhancement, the speed sail, is probably a good one to add on to 233s. Now, brings me back to the point of how you go about actually selling them correctly in TSM is another story entirely, because you might need to have separate profiles and you might need to separate those items from other items, and the recrafting gets real messy. I have no idea is the honest answer. There's currently a lot of desire to craft all your things manually. You can use DSM for the most part to track your inventory on these items, I think, mostly, but I don't think crafting them can be easily achieved with TSM currently. Like I said, not the way that most people want to do it. You can get a very rudimentary, craft 5 of these, please. But yeah, I need to do a little bit more testing on that. It's only riding now, not flying. That's a bit of a sad face, because that gave that closed the gap between druids and everybody else when it comes to flying. Because what I noticed on the PTR was that flying regular mounts gained a flying speed buff, but travel form druids didn't. So if you had a full speed set on and you were a druid, it was actually better for you to spend a second and a half mounting up and then to fly at a faster speed than it was to just press travel form and fly. Which I thought was kind of quite cool. But apparently not. Fun detected, apparently. But even the fact that it stacks plus speed on all of your gear, that means you can go anywhere in the world, even outside of Shadowlands, and that plus speed is still going to have its effect. The equip bonus of faster mounted speed will only work in Shadowlands, but the plus speed on the gear will work everywhere. So for when you're on foot, especially those, I'm thinking for you guys that enjoy farming dungeons for transmog and stuff, that you in that scenario you might have good use for one of these speed sets. The alchemy one's busted at the moment. The alchemy progenitor enhancement, I've heard, is a bit bust. It does its thing, but it also stacks and has a weird interaction, which makes me feel that Blizzard will step in and change the way that it works right now. But equally, that's quite a fun one. Yeah. Do I think it's going to be a big seller? Probably not. But it's a fun one maybe for your own gear. Oh, you were thinking about going to alchemy to also then be able to put it on a trinket, I see. Yeah, your alchemist catalyst stone or whatever they call it. Yeah, get a 13th piece of gear with the bonus on. Of course you would have thought it's cool, Mr. Druid non-main. Oh, I suppose. Sorry, way to offend every druid in one go, right? Oops. Oh, Cockosaurus! I forgot who I was fighting here. I thought I had a spare minute where I wouldn't die, and then I remembered this dude casts a heal that I need to interrupt. Oh well, I guess we'll fight this dude for a little bit longer then. Fuck druids, they always complain. Boo-hoo, I'm a druid. Boo-hoo, I only have 4 specs. Boo-hoo, I only have instant travel form. Boo-hoo, I've only ever had 3 mounts for the entirety of the game. Boo-hoo. Poor druids. Should we set up a GoFundMe for druids? Only €2 a month can save this poor druid from having to pay the outrageous travel expenses. Sorry. The only thing alchemy is worth is for the Vial of the Sands. Oh god, that damn pattern. Holy smoke. I still consider myself one of the luckiest people on the planet that I got the Vial of the Sands pattern on my first jar. That's almost my claim to fame nowadays. And since that day happened, that character has been my alchemist forever. It is the only reason I level that shaman every expansion, because he is my alchemist and he will always be my alchemist. Plus speed trinkets are hard to come by. The downside being that you'd literally get better luck selling them in trade chat than on the auction house, because most people won't know to look for them. That's also true. I mean, I do like the direction that Blizzard is taking the crafting. You know, here's the base pattern for something. Now go and customize it. Literally customize it in a way that is preferable to you. Now, obviously, from a goblin perspective, it's a fucking nightmare. If you actually do the maths on how many different variations of a quick Oxane necklace you can make right now, there's about 96 different variations of that one item in total, which is an absolute inventory nightmare for goblins out there. But that doesn't matter. For the good of the game, I think the direction that they're taking crafting to, you know, this is your base item, now build that item up in some way, shape or form, I quite like. It needs more love. It needs a little bit more than just, oh, okay, next patch you get to make the same thing again at a slightly higher item level. People hate farming dungeons for those OP trinkets every patch because the item level of them goes up. We don't really want the same system directly copy pasted into crafting, but they are taking it in the right direction. I think. I hope they build on this system, and I hope they don't just delete it like they did every other system ever. There's a clip of me getting it on my stream. I think it was 14th jar. See, I've heard like 14th still sounds pretty good going on average. I've heard people that are nearly in 3 figures and still haven't seen it, to the point where they've just, you know, wrote it off as it's never going to happen. Made a bespoke cloak for a friend from another guild. It was fun. I think, yeah, this kind of one thing that Blizzard they quoted at some point to say that they want crafters on the realms to feel or there to be more artisan level crafters in certain aspects of the game. You know, there'd be that one person on the server that is responsible for crafting this item. They want that sort of mentality a little bit more so. It used to be that way. You look at Classic, you'd have, you know, the realm enchanter. You know, the guy that had the recipe to enchant X, Y, or Z. I think they're keen to try and replicate that sort of thing, as it builds communities, it builds, you know, individual responsibilities. It allows you to... It's more RP, right? It's more role-playing. This is an MMORPG at the end of the day. And I think they're kind of getting there. They're kind of getting there. I think they wanted that from the legendaries. It was just a swing and a miss with legendaries, I think, because they made the only barrier to entry gold. And so anybody that has lots of gold could instantly be an artisan, could literally be the jack of all trades for what was meant to be like an elite crafter in a certain craft. This is the guy that had crafted 45 of these legendaries previously to unlock the highest rank, and he was meant to be the one person on your realm you would go to for your shadow gassed cape. But unfortunately, the only, you know, restriction on that was gold. So, yeah. So this happened. But if they build upon that concept and run with it, they could make quite an interesting crafting system again. But yeah, I will remove all tinfoil hats and rose-tinted goggles and continue to rant about the terribly boring legendary crafting system. Did 42 jars remember running laps around my house? Hey, I was literally one man, one jar. Don't Google that. Four days from next reset, I still have guildies begging me to craft rank 6s. Oh dear. I need to get my do not disturb macro ready for reset day. I quit my guild just to not have to deal with that. See you later, fuckers. You craft your own pissing legendaries. I'm out of here. I'm taking my briefcase of gold and I'm leaving. See ya. Well, that's just mean. Funny but mean. What happened to me tunes? Who stole the music? Ah. Poorly edited playlist. It's fine. Sadly, I'd need them for charity raids. Whoa, 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 whoa. What's going on here? Not cancelling auction below minimum? Who broke Draenor? Sorry, who broke Tauren Mill? Oh, 1,000 gold Korthite crystals broke Tauren Mill. That's what it... Okay. I see. I see. That's what broke the system. Should have included me in more Mythic Plus runs. I might have stayed. Psst. We need to take this dude to a Mythic Plus. I need him to craft my rank 7 next week. That's it. You get your charity loot and you be happy about it. I'm wildly out of stock on most things though over here. That's probably why there's not much to... I'm wildly out of stock of rank 6s with no intention of recrafting more anytime soon. So... I'm just prepped and ready for rank 7s. Right, are we nearly done with the campaign on this dude? We are getting there, slowly but surely. How far are we through the campaign? 2 of 7. This is taking me a lot longer than I remember. Maybe I'm getting distracted by squirrels again. That's probably true. Bought 200 Korthite on Argent Dawn, under 500 gold. Flipped them this morning for 750. Looks like people are getting the same idea. Korthite's running out. Korthite is desperately running out. Many, many realms. It's running out. The buffer that has been built up over the last few months of people just doing their Shaping Fate for lols, that buffer is starting to run pretty dry, meaning that crafters are turning to the auction house more and more for their Korthite crystals, for their restocks, which is in turn slowly but surely pushing the price of Korthite crystals up as their supply dwindles. I think for the big realms out there, the next few days of legendary sales could be monstrous. If you still have, you know, a good supply of Korthite crystals already. Because people are going to be super reluctant to do their restocks if their Korthite crystal price doubles to what they're used to. I'm in that exact position, right? To show you the two different scenarios that you could be in. I don't have many Korthite crystals on this realm. In fact, I think I've got basically none. Yeah, I basically don't have sold out my Korthite crystals on this realm. I also am now running remarkably dry on my rank 6 crafts. I only have 35 rank 6s crafted, and I have every single pattern unlocked. If I was to turn around now and try and do a restock, it would cost me monstrous amounts more than it would do normally. So, my option is simple. My option is just don't restock. For every person in that exact same situation that chooses to not restock because the price has gone through the roof, is less competition for you to sell yours. So GG. The other side of the script, the other side of the coin, sorry, is that if there's a severe lack of Korthite crystals and the price of them is slowly going up, but you still have a bunch of them, you have the opportunity to rise or increase the prices of your rank 6s for the next few days, because A, you'll have less competition, and B, there's still a boatload of people buying them. So yeah, there's two possibilities there. Either way, Korthite crystals are going up in price because nobody's got any anymore. Is the TLDR on that one. Three days of Korthite glory left, in my opinion. Then it will crash again as everybody converts to Pogs. Well. The thing is, for most people, the only way to ever recraft a rank 6 will be to use the Vestige of Origins and and Korthite crystals. The path of least resistance to people recrafting their legendaries will always suggest that if you need to recraft a rank 6, you do it in this one very specific fashion. Even if Pog Essences end up being a cheaper way to do it, most people will not be presented the option of crafting a rank 6 by using a rank 3 pattern and a Vestige. Like, some people might put 2 and 2 together themselves, but I know most people won't. Meaning I still see for arguably the rest of the expansion, the rank 6 price will be dictated based upon what Korthite is doing. And everybody will be recrafting rank 6s using Korthite crystals. Let's look at it from the perspective, how many people were wise to the fact that you could use Vestige of Origins to recraft rank 4s, in many cases for 20,000 gold less, for the longest of time, and still nobody did it. Rank 4s still sat at, you know, their default rank 4 pattern price for ages. I made an absolute killing on rank 4s, recrafting them with Vestige of Origins when the Korthite crystals were 100 gold a piece. Made an absolute killing. Simply because most other people didn't. So, time to shamelessly plug my spreadsheet a little bit more. You know, if you want to keep on top of the actual most cost-effective way of recrafting these legendaries, my cheat sheet is there to help you. It will tell you the cheapest method of crafting each based on your server's prices, and give some people a massive advantage over the price, over the crafting price. I thought I overstocked with 10k crystals. I've nearly ran out. I was in the same position. I thought I'd overstock. I had a little over 9,500 Korthite crystals before patch 9.2 landed, and I was kind of, you know, getting a bit sweaty under the collar. I was kind of worried to whether I was going to sell enough to burn through all of those. I've basically burnt through them all and bought more, and I'm still running out. So yeah, it's because it's deceptive. You need 40 of the damn things to make a single legendary. Doesn't matter if there's 4,000 Korthite crystals on the auction house. That's still 100 legendaries. It's nothing. Alt army running Shaping Fate. See, when we're all running around in 252 gear because we've been playing Zereth Mortis for far longer than we probably should have been, running your alts through Shaping Fate on a weekly basis for 5 Korthite crystals is probably going to be more valuable to you than doing your callings, but never really much more than that. Because your callings is 1,500 guaranteed gold, right? 1,500 guaranteed gold. Now, if you go do Shaping Fate, if your Corthite crystals are 1,000 gold, that's a guaranteed 5,000. Assuming, but obviously with the complication, you got to sell them. Which, your Shaping Fate probably takes a little bit longer than your average calling, but you only get it once a week. So, yeah, maybe. Maybe. If you've got time to kill, nothing to do with it, then maybe. But this was always the weird thing with Corthite crystals. Even when they were considered valuable, they were still never valuable enough for you to really spend time farming them. Even back in the early days of Corthite crystals, they were like, what do they start off as? Like 2,000-3,000 gold a piece? Even then, that's a lot. But they were still never really worth your time farming for. There was always something that was more lucrative for you to be spent. If you're going to be spending your time on something, there was always something that was more lucrative to you than farming Corthite crystals. Whether it be herbing or mining or skinning or, you know, basic farming. Pog Essence, on the other hand. Oh boy. Oh boy. Pog Essence, on the other hand. If that goes to the moon, it becomes incredibly worthwhile people farming for. I would start to see a lot of sky golems running about in the not too distant future. Pog Essence is already 20k. Now at 20k, if you can get 2 or 3 of these Pog Essence an hour, you're looking at 60k an hour just from the Pog Essence that you farm. That's not taking into consideration anything else you pick up on your travels. I hate to say it, right? I hate to say this because it makes me feel sick. But you probably can gather up about 100,000 gold an hour worth of materials at the moment in Zereth Mortis. The 100k an hour YouTube clickbait farming videos are not too far from the truth right now. They're a lot closer to the truth than they usually are, let's put it that way. Five Corthite crystals are the consolation prize. Yeah, I guess. Do your Mythic Plus, then maybe. There'll be a pipe dream again in 3 weeks, though. Yeah, see, this is it. Like, whilst it's potentially viable today, you know, in 2 weeks' time, in less than 2 weeks' time, actually, in 10 days' time, roughly, we get flying, right? I think we let me do the maths on this. Yeah, we get rank 7s this reset. The reset after we get flying. When we get flying, the annoyance of farming is basically removed, because the annoyance of farming is having to, you know, avoid all of the mobs and you're grounded on foot and it always feels like it takes forever. As soon as flying kicks into gear, it will be open season for people to very easily, you know, even if it's just whilst they're waiting for the dungeon queue to pop or that arena queue to pop, or they're waiting for their raid leader to tell them that, you know, okay, it's time to go, sort of thing. Like, just killing time. It'll be far easier to just kill time, get the Pog Essence buff, fly around Zereth Mortis, get some stuff. People underestimate the effect that flying has on market prices, simply because it removes that barrier to entry. Right now, if you're running around Zereth Mortis farming, it's annoying as all hell. Hella annoying, because you're constantly engaging things and having to kill things, and you can't reach places you want to get to unless you're one of those filthy demon hunters. It's just annoying. So whilst it's valuable to do, the reason it's valuable is because it's annoying. Flying, though, on the other hand, you just zip about, you swoop down, you pick up the thing, and you're off again. It's gonna change things up pretty dramatically. Luckily, though, we get a week worth of rank 7 craziness before that kicks in. So, if I can burn through all of my pre-bought materials before then, I don't mind what happens to the materials after that. In fact, I'd be happy to see them drop in price after that, because that's about the point I'll need to buy some more. so farmers get farming. I like having cheap materials. I like having cheap materials because it means I can usually squeeze out more profit from what I'm crafting. Outrageously, everybody's excited for, you know, 30, 40,000 gold progenitor essentia. I can't think of anything worse. I would rather they go back to 5k a piece. I'd rather the crafting cost of rank 7s be, you know, tiddly. Because for as long as I have to pay 20, 30, 40,000 gold for a progenitor essentia, I'm at huge risk, because anything I then don't sell instantly is just diminishing in value day by day. I want my Pog Essence for 5k a piece, please. I want farmers to go out there and loot as many of them as they can physically get their hands on. As a farmer, I don't mind. I remember being ecstatic over an 8 to 10k per hour. Yeah, exactly. If you find something that works and is reliable, it's good news. Materials will go down in price. Yeah, oh, they will. I mean, it blows my mind that we are now 10 days into this patch and that some of these zone-specific materials are still as expensive as they are. I was genuinely, maybe I miscalculated this a little bit, but I was genuinely expecting most of these zone-specific materials to be 20, 30 gold a piece after the first few days. And they are, I mean, they are trending in that direction. 20, 30 gold a piece for some of these materials in the next few weeks will be, wow, they're expensive. But as of right now, I was greatly expecting the fallout to be quicker. I think enough people speculatively buying into the materials is what's helped keep them afloat. The issue usually is, though, is everybody that speculatively buys materials then tends to go a long period of time where they then no longer need to buy any materials. And it's in that duration to where farmers are like, well, what's going on? I could sell these all day long last week. Now I can't give them away. What's going on? And that causes people to panic, dump the price, and it just tanks. Oh, I love patch times, you know. The sales psychology, the behavioral habits of the average player. I could geek out on that stuff all day. Hey, we're about to get Cocoa Pops for only the 700th time. There's 100k Solenour ore for 10 gold a piece on my realm. That's pocket change to some servers. Try yeah, I mean 100k plus of most 200,000 Sinvit ore. Yeah. 160,000 Leystrite. That doesn't seem like a lot for this realm. You check Draenor. The quantity of materials on these big servers is actually wild. 1.8 million desolate leather on Draenor right now. That's just what's listed. 1.8 million desolate leather on Draenor right now. Skinners go burr. That's wild. Actually wild. $1.4 million now down to 550 on Kazakh. Hey, if it drops cheap enough, you know, look at the quantities at certain price points though, man. Madness. Currently in a random battleground with no healer, but 6 warriors. Wow. Gotta love random battlegrounds. Only 500,000 leather. Only 500,000 leather. The crazy thing is even when you break it down, you can buy out that entire market still for like 1 million gold. And there'll be players on that realm that to spend 1 million gold on a single material is pocket change. I'm still very cautious. I mean, I know I generally roll around nowadays with what I feel is quite a lot of gold, but I'm equally just as aware of the fact that there are people out there with stinky amounts of gold that have played this game just for years and have outrageous amounts of gold. And half of them you never know who they are. You literally don't, for the most part, don't even know they exist. They keep themselves to themselves. They maybe watch the odd, you know, maybe watch the odd stream, maybe watch the odd YouTube video, possibly, maybe not at all. Lurk in the background. Nobody ever knows who they are or where they are, but there's people out there that have got stinky amounts of gold in this game. Not as many of them though nowadays, I don't think. I think the natural pruning of subscribers in this game has deterred a few big goblins. Shh, don't tell. Shh, it's a secret. It's a secret. People aren't meant to know. Waiter, waiter, there's a fly in my soup. Shh, quiet. Everybody will want one. There's a granddad cracker joke for you. Christmas cracker joke before you clip that and get me banned. It's a classic. It was quite impressive before the introduction of a token to have millions of gold. Now it's just whatever. It's still a monumental achievement for people to have a million gold though. Because, I mean, it takes a remarkable amount of work to do it. Unless you just buy 4 tokens. This is the problem. That initial effort to make that first million. If you do it, you know, naturally, and by naturally I mean you don't buy tokens. If you go from 0 and make 1 million gold, that first million, it's remarkably difficult to do. Unless you just, you know, grind your face on a keyboard and farm mobs. You can shortcut it by lots of farming. But it is true that there's, you know, millionaires in World of Warcraft now are kind of dime a dozen. It's a lot more. There's a lot more people that accidentally end up with a lot of gold just through the virtue of the content that they play. I think casual boosting within raids helped that matter quite heavily. guilds became, I think, self-sufficient based on their choice to boost after the once the raid was unclear. That I think I think took a lot of pressure off the individuals in the guild to make lots of gold themselves, and in turn actually made a lot of people in these more successful guilds have a lot of gold just by virtue of killing bosses. Remember having 250,000 gold for the first time in Cataclysm. Combining the Horde and the Alliant auction house was necessary to achieve that by having just boatloads more customers. I've got videos that go back all the way to Cataclysm-ish era, I think. Was it Cataclysm? Was it TBC? I can't remember. I think I hit my first 1,000,000 gold in Cataclysm. Because I think it was also... I think I rewarded myself of hitting 1,000,000 gold in Cataclysm because I think I bought the Spectral Tiger. I think. I can't remember the exact timeline, to be honest. Well, I think there's a YouTube video I think I have that was talking about jewel crafting in Cataclysm, I think, where I had about 800,000 gold in my bags in that video. And the irony of ironies, like most of the comments that I got on that video had nothing to do with the content of the video. It was more, how the hell do you have 800,000 gold? Was that, would have that been Cataclysm? Because hang on, wasn't when did we go from it being 214,000 gold? When did it go from a 32-bit client to a 64-bit client? Because that's also when we got the gold cap increased to 1,000,000. I can't remember exactly when that was. Some smart person will know what it was, but relatively, you know, I used to have a lot more gold many expansions ago. If my gold total kept up with the inflation in the game, I should probably have hundreds of millions of gold right now. But I took probably the best part of 5 years off from actually making gold. I still kind of played the game a bit, but I ended up with so much gold with no real use for it that I never really had much desire to make much more of it for a long time. I still have my old gold tracking spreadsheet. I can tell that I hit my first 1,000,000 on the 15th of the 10th, 2014. That's impressive. Stream still going? Yeah, I'm just casually playing, so. Although I need to go get some food soon, so we all know what happens when I need to go get some food. Are any one of these better than the others? Doesn't look like it. Whatever then. Viewer numbers goes up when it includes food. You're right, it usually does. The problem is at the moment I don't actually have anything quite so simple to just go grab and eat, so. And I probably should not be playing World of Warcraft all day on a Saturday. Saturday is meant to be the day where I don't play World of Warcraft so much. But of course it's patch season, so I'm making an exception to the rule. I've told myself though I am having tomorrow off. I'm not even going to turn my computer on tomorrow. We'll see how far that goes. Except to check tables and repost all. Oh yeah, apart from the basics, obviously. Apart from the fundamentals. You know, the fundamentals like cancel scanning for 6 hours. Yeah, of course. Talking of such. Talk of the devil. What do we sell over here? Ha ha! Ha ha! Genius! Not only an item level 80, I don't know which one I'm more excited to sell. Not only an item level 87, but a rank 5 legendary. Of all things. Sure. Absolutely. Not cancelling. Auction below minimum. Good. That's what I want. I want everybody to sell their cheap legendaries before they realise there's no Corthite crystals left. And that they're undervaluing all their stuff. Just one more tune, nearly done. I will be quite thankful when I've got most of my characters honoured and I feel zero requirements to run dailies ever again. My boss told me to work overtime upcoming week. Worst timing ever. Can anybody cancel scan rank 7s on my account? Team Viewer. Load up Team Viewer on your phone. I'm sure there's a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. Get one of those nodding birds. Homer did alright with them, I think. Eventually. Team Viewer, that's genius. Why haven't I thought of that? Mainly because Team Viewer are a bunch of scam artists, but yeah, sure. Camera controls in Team Viewer are shit. What do you need camera controls for? All you need is mouse wheel up, mouse wheel down. Click mailbox. Win. Camera controls. You make me laugh. No, but you are right, yeah. Doing anything more complicated than just looking at something is, yeah. Need to find a way to keep scrolling whilst I'm doing something else. Didn't Elgato just release a foot pedal or something? With 3 different buttons on it. That's gonna be the meta. Goblin Auction House meta. I'll get Elgato to sponsor me. Get me a few foot pedals. A foot mouse. Basically, yeah. %50 off with code Manthias. Where have we had that before? Dr. Disrespect used a foot pedal in Fortnite once. Yeah, but he's the two-time. He can get away with it. You know what I hate the most in this game? People who place one of a material at a much cheaper price in an attempt to use the mistakes of others. Yeah, that's real scumbaggy. It's real scumbaggy. I will often see that and just go, oh, you know what? I'll have all of that. Buy out their single listing. My days. How much of this desolate leather do you think that people are going to give me for free? Sales are terrible, but if I could have every keystroke I type whilst coding LST be a cancel or post auction, you'd be rich. Yeah, baby. Hey up. Selling some silken protofiber. Is it that time? Is it that time? Why is silken protofiber 130 gold a piece? What's going on here? Why is this 130 gold a piece? Who's hoovered up all of this? I don't care. Like, this is my overstock. I'll sell silken protofiber at 130 gold a piece all day. All day long. GG. Hey up, Pog Essence is spiked on this realm again. I don't think I had anything to do with that this time either. I think that was just natural. And by natural, I mean somebody that's not me. Quarthite crystals. See, look what happens. You get a reset on Quarthite crystals, and look how many come out the woodwork. Odds on all of these being goblins just dumping some of their excess on the auction house for a quick flip. I bet it's not far off. I bet it's not far off. You can't easily see the names of who lists stuff nowadays, can you? Or can? Oh no, you can actually. Hang on. Whoa. What's going on here? Relax. Close all of you. Let's be sensible now. Browse. So, how many of these? Okay. Yeah, I see a few goblins here listing what is probably their oversupply. But actually, it's quite surprising to see that there's definitely the majority of the names on this list. The majority of the names on this list are not people who I would consider legendary crafters or sellers, unless they're alts of people I don't know who they are. The likelihood, I think, here is that, you know, somebody sees a big price and they just like, okay, we'll take some of those out the guild and post them. Interesting. Hey, 262. Deadly Sinvir ring, 25k. Yoink. I'll take it. Happy days. Pog Essence spiked and Manthius weren't there to manipulate the markets this time. Yeah, can't blame me this time. Can't blame me this time. It was not me. Right, I'll leave this dude here for now. I think I'm done for a little bit, boys and girls. I need to go get me some food and comb my hair. We will probably not be back until Monday. I should absolutely definitely at least try and take one day where I'm not playing World of Warcraft all day, or I will go insane. We'll be back on Monday. Thanks for joining today. This was just a little bit of a bonus Saturday stream, something chill. I appreciate the conversations with you boys and girls. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Happy goal making. And I'll see you all on Monday in a bit. Peace.